Mic check. Test, test. 1, 2. Just making sure everything's good. Turn myself up if I need to. Let me know if I'm quiet or if I need to turn myself up. I'm not gonna be doing a whole lot of hooting and hollering because I got my blue dream. I got the indica. We are relaxing today. Kind of. Turn it up. Gotcha. I did it turn my mic down? Wait, hold on. Sure did. There we go. Okay, is that better? Awesome, cool. Yeah, so I have a Logitech microphone, and the app that I use, it's the G Hub. It controls all of my devices. I can adjust the settings on them. For some reason, whenever I switch to OBS or Streamlabs OBS, it completely kills my input gain. It mutes the mic. I don't know why it does that. But yeah, like I went into the software and the input was at 0. Which is nowhere near where I usually have it. I usually have it at like 50, somewhere along those lines. I don't know what's going on. I may have to look into that. Time to roast again? We will definitely be roasting, but class is in session today. Since he wants to flex his little MIT bullshit, it's time to fight fire with fire. So, welcome, welcome, welcome everybody. Tom is here today because you know some shit's about to go down. So, good to see you. I see Miss Ashley in here. Noah, good to see you as always. I saw Chill in here when I scheduled the live. And I see Sarah. What's good, y'all? What's good? Yes, Tom is here. He is here to witness the destruction of one Lupe Fiasco. Am I gonna scold Justin? No. You know why? Because judging off of his reactions during that Culture United live stream, I could tell that there's no reason to dog on him because he figured it out. He put 2 and 2 together immediately. Justin is not dumb. He is a lot of things, but what he is not is dumb. And he knows what his eyes are seeing. So there were many times where Lupe outright disrespected him to his face. Whether it was low key or it was subtle, it was just the attitude was so egregious. I could only watch like 5 minutes and I left. I was like, I can't take this shit anymore. It genuinely pissed me off, and it hurt. It hurt my heart seeing Justin up there in that predicament, like having to take that. You know, just the looks he had on his face when Lupe said anything out of his mouth. That shit broke my heart. I don't like seeing people go through that. Being blatantly disrespected by another grown man live? Are you kidding me? That hurt my heart. I felt so bad for Justin because he wasn't defending him staunchly, but he was holding out hope that, you know, all of these rumors were just speculation and that Lupe was actually a decent person, only to be proven horrifically wrong. Horrifically wrong in front of everybody. Like, that's a very depressing situation to be in, y'all. I don't think y'all understand that. Especially for an artist that you looked up to and admired and praised openly for so long. Like, Justin has been in this music game for decades, plural. So seeing your essentially somebody you really admired and respected and looked up to treat you like less than dog shit live in front of everybody without giving a second thought, that shit crushes a part of your spirit. And I saw people in the comments were in the chat were roasting the fuck out of Justin for defending him. And it's like, there's no reason to roast him or be angry. It's, he believed in the power of the human spirit. Unfortunately, Lupe doesn't possess a human spirit. So I knew it was coming. I didn't want to see him go through that. But the only way he had to learn was to unfortunately go through it and see it for himself. I could sit up here and say Lupe Fiasco is a giant asshole all day, and there will still be some people who won't get it until they go and deal with it directly. And then they're like, oh shit, I didn't mean to judge you like that. You were right. I'm sorry. Hey, Tam, good to see you. It's hard watching people try to do damage control for this goofy and not defend content creators and fans. Yeah, honestly. I heard Justin and crew were stopping chats and super chats for disagreeing with Lupe. Really? I don't I don't like Lupe because of his jealousy of Kendrick Lamar. I don't like Lupe because he's a deplorable piece of human excrement who openly disrespects people that don't agree with him or, that don't worship him. Anybody that is not like 2 inches on his nuts is like public enemy number one. And he makes it painfully obvious. He is an abuser. And that's why I was like, I feel sorry for anybody who has to be romantically involved with him. I don't know if he has a wife or what, but like that girl is getting abused. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna assume nothing, but like if he feels that comfortable acting like that publicly on camera, you know, in a society where information about you is can spread like wildfire. Wildflower. I can't speak today. Jesus Christ, that's how much he's fucking me up. I can't English, y'all. So that's already one chalk against Lupe because my English is deteriorating. He's literally reducing my neurons to shit. But information about you on the internet spreads like wildfire. Facebook, it was just, back when it was just Facebook, even then, people's personal lives, bam, up there for everybody to see. And it keeps getting shared around and shared around. The fact that he felt comfortable doing that on this platform in this day and age tells you everything you need to know. He genuinely sees no problem with his actions. And that is the part that people should be more terrified about. Fuck Kendrick. Ain't even about Kendrick. It's about the fact that this guy is a raging narcissist. And he expects all of these people to feel sorry for him. At least with Drake, he's like an underhanded. He has narcissistic tendencies, but like it's still very sly, very underhanded because he is aware of how people perceive him. Lupe doesn't have that self-awareness, and that's what's terrifying. Is the lack of self-awareness of how his actions affect everybody else. He genuinely believes himself the superior one. Out of everybody on the internet, everybody who listens to music, he genuinely believes in his heart of hearts that he is better than you. For no other reason than simply because he is. I heard that MacWap called him out. I wonder what happened back in 2010 for Dot to not want to comment on Lupe when he was asked for his opinion. I genuinely feel like Kendrick saw it early. Kendrick is a very insightful person. He's very perceptive. He pays attention to speech. He pays attention to body language. He pays attention to a lot of things. So I think he picked up on it a long time ago. Because if he picked up on Drake way before everybody else did, you can for sure know 100% he picked up on Lupe's attitude. As nasty as it is now, imagine how bad it was back then when he was, wilding out. If this is him refined, imagine him unhinged. I would hate to see it. And Glass has even mentioned, like, Lupe also grew up in the streets. Yeah, he may teach at MIT, but he came from them streets. A lot of people have. A lot of people that you didn't even know. You won't know unless they explicitly tell you. I don't judge people who come from the streets. Hell, I come from the streets. Southeast DC, bro. Did you see the video of Lupe crashing out on fans after forgetting his lyrics? Wait, what? He crashed out on the fans for because he forgot his own lyrics? That Oh no. Ugh. Ugh. And then that mixed with the just the Lil Wayne situation, man, these fans are getting absolutely trolled by their artists right now. This is why they say never meet your heroes. Cuz these fans are just getting shafted, disrespected to their faces, and they're just supposed to take it. I mean, y'all, if y'all are a bunch of masochists, y'all go ahead. Lupe openly confirmed the fact that his fans are masochists because only a masochist would take that kind of disrespect from an artist that they like and continue to listen to their music after he basically told all of his fans to go fuck themselves and called you all goons and then ruined your favorite song, like the only song that you know him for, and completely ruined it, shat on it, pissed on it, lit it on fire, and flipped you guys the bird. That's what he did, all over your hopes and dreams. And he said, y'all gotta take it because I'm above you, because I'm better than you. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. Audio got fucked up at the Hershey show. Cuz kept it pushing. Meanwhile, somewhere else, somebody was tripping. Yeah, there's a difference between insulting people and straight up talking shit. Hello, Glory. Welcome, welcome. We are talking about one Lupe Fiasco because I am going to settle this once and for all that Lupe is dangerous. He is a dangerous person and he is a narcissist. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it. By the end of this live stream, it will be proof using the white people system that they put in place to identify this type of behavior. I'm sorry, white people. I'm sorry, y'all gotta take this L. Psychology comes from primarily German. So, tagged you in two shorts you may want to pull up. Oh, Jesus Christ. I gotta look at this behavior some more. Alright, let me see here. Okay. One is him giving Kendrick his flowers. Who is Dragon? It's probably a bunch of Lupe fans. I wouldn't doubt it. Dragon, you know her. Don't even worry about them. I don't know why it's not showing up. Lame. Did I gotta go to my community? Hold on. No, no, I can't find it. Let me see. Put it in the Discord, and I'll watch it there if you can. Put those posts in the Discord. That way I can see them. Lupe is just salty. Damn, that's unfortunate. Sorry, my dad just sent me a text. USA got eliminated from the World Cup. So sad. I wish I could have more sympathy, but just that's too bad. All right, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start. We're gonna proceed. I'm not gonna keep y'all here for too long, but we're gonna move this train along. BK also made a video defending Lupe. Drake jinxed another game. Was he at that one? Hey, M. Reed, what's good, brother? All is well. Just I'm psychoanalyzing today. I'm psychoanalyzing Lupe. Cause fuck you. You deserve it. But subscribe to M. Reed. That's the homie right there. Also, what's good, Mateo? I was literally just about to respond to your message, and then M. Reed popped in. Yeah, I'd be upset too. Blog era, that's different. People were just like genuinely hateful and toxic. I would argue they were more hateful back then than they are now, because it's this internet culture is a lot different. If people talk shit about you online today, they'll just talk shit and troll and like maybe take it as far as like getting your accounts flagged or whatever. But back then, people on the blogs were there was no hiding from the consequences of that. People on blogs were actually insane. And a lot of times, whatever happened on the internet ended up getting settled in real life. So, and they settled it often. Maybe whether the other person was involved or not, it got settled in real life. And there's a lot less of that now, which is why I think people feel more comfortable saying whatever the fuck they want on the internet, because the consequences don't exist anymore. They've decreased, because there's so much internet world going on that the real world feels like its own separate thing. It's kind of not expected for people to bridge that territory from internet into real life. And then when they do, it's like, oh shit, they mean business. But back then, that was commonplace because the real world still existed. The internet was just a little side thing. It was like, okay, whatever, you use the internet for like maybe maybe an hour or two, and then there was still hella real world out here. And what you said online a lot of times got you in trouble in the real world because it reached other people and they're like, oh shit, this you? Your boss, your managers, your coworkers, your doctors, they found that shit out and they settled it in real life. So Lord Aspect does comedy skits. Hey Diego, hola. That's what I was getting at. He blames them for never making it. What, you can't even say that because he literally just admitted that he sabotaged his own career. He went on the Koala's live stream and literally admitted that he sabotaged his own album because he didn't want to make a radio hit. Because he was like, "Oh, well, they're not going to put it on the radio anyway, so I may as well do whatever the fuck I want." His words, verbatim. That was not me paraphrasing. That was 99.9% exactly what he said. So he purposely sabotaged his own chances of success and then blames the industry and the fans and then takes it out on the fans, even though they had nothing to do with it. He purposely spited his industry that he was in a contract with, found a loophole to do the bare minimum of what was required. He did the thing that K-Dot told YG not to do. And then admitted it. Lupe's students can't learn rap outside the classroom. Gengar, this is Tom. This is Tom Diego. He's my little Gengar. This is my homie. I'm incorporating him in my videos now, so he's making all of my thumbnails. He makes an appearance in them. I'm gonna put him in like random spots, and they're gonna get as stupid and crazy as possible. But yes, he's gonna be. Yes, he is adorable. This is my little cutie pie. I got him from Otakon, which is our East Coast anime convention. It happens in DC every year at the end of July, and I got him from there. It's my little homie right here. But yeah, me and Tom is gonna sit here and watch me like peel this dude back layer by layer. Let's debrief. What exactly is narcissistic personality disorder? According to the clevelandclinic.org, if I could find it. There we go. It's a mental condition that affects how you view yourself and relate to others. And the symptoms/causes, according to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition text revision, aka the DSM-5 TR or the DSM-5. A person who is diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder must meet at least 5 of these 9 requirements. Number 1, a grandiose sense of self-importance. You know what? No, fuck this. You're gonna come and you're gonna watch this with me because I need y'all to really see this. I need y'all to really see this and let this sink in so y'all know I'm not just out here trying to bullshit y'all. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the Cleveland Clinic. I'm not taking their not sponsored. Not sponsored. Can y'all even see this? We gonna move the chat over here. Bam. Y'all over here now. I'm a motherfucking wizard. If I could move my shit. Thank you. Okay. Number 1. A grandiose sense of self-importance. Overestimating their capabilities or holding themselves to unreasonably high standards. Bragging or exaggerating their achievements. And they have pictures. They have pictures here. That grandiose sense of self-importance is the first one. You know, you feel like a king, but like all the time. But this one only has 8 of the 9. Number 2, frequent fantasies about having or deserving success, power, intelligence, beauty, love, or self-fulfillment. Number 3, belief in superiority, thinking they're special or unique, believing that they should associate only with those they see as worthy. Number 4, a need for admiration, fragile self-esteem, frequent self-doubt, self-criticism, or emptiness, preoccupation with knowing what others think of them, and fishing for compliments. Number 5, entitlement, an inflated sense of self-worth, expecting favorable treatment to an unreasonable degree, and anger when people don't cater to or appease them. Number 6, a willingness to exploit others, consciously or unconsciously using others, forming friendships or relationships with people who boost their self-esteem or status, and deliberately taking advantage of others for selfish reasons. Number 7, a lack of empathy, saying things that might hurt others, seeing the feelings, needs, or desires of others as a sign of weakness, and not returning kindness or interest that others show. Number 8, frequent envy, feeling envious of others, especially when others are successful, expecting envy from others, and belittling or diminishing the achievement of others. And the final one, arrogance, patronizing behavior, behaving in a way that's snobby or disdainful, and talking down or acting condescendingly. There you have it, folks. The official DSM-5 TR criteria for diagnosing someone with narcissistic personality disorder. But we're going to go one step further. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use examples that I took notes on. I took hella notes, y'all. Y'all want to see? I took, let me see, one from front to back, 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of notes, front to back, top to bottom. And y'all are gonna see these fucking notes here. Look at this. Look at this. This is just the last page of my notes. Hi, Leah. Welcome. I saw the paper you posted. Yeah, that was part of all of my notes. That was just like, that was when I was almost done. Tom is sitting here enjoying himself. He is all squished up and he is fine. He's loving it. But according to the National Center for Biotechnology Information, I put the website here, ncbi.nlm.nih.org. This is I use only verifiable sources. I learned in school that you only use websites that have .org, .gov, .edu, etc. They say they try to avoid the .com websites because a lot of times the source is not it's not valid or it's not verifiable, which means that sometimes it might be misinformation that you could easily figure out the root. You'd rather get it from the source. So you go to like Stanford or Harvard or Cleveland Clinic or like any mental health like .org websites. They verifiable sources, people, the more you know. The following areas should be carefully considered in the psychiatric evaluation of NPD, which is Narcissistic Personality Disorder: appearance, behavior, speech, affect, thought content, thought process, cognition. Thank you, Leah, for the flow state. Oh, yes, we are in the flow state right now. We're in the motherfucking avatar state, y'all. Buckle up. Cognition, insight, judgment, and finally, impulse control. And I took notes on those too. My source, that fucking live stream that I was forced to sit through, where he engaged with Koala, that is the source that I am pulling from, as well as the Culture United live stream that he went on after, because I did see that. I got to see it and witness it with my own eyes. but I'm mainly focusing on the live stream that he did with Koala. Thank you, Tam, for the flow state. Oh, you guys are awesome. I love you guys. Tom appreciates you guys too. All right, here we go. Appearance. I took notes. Minimalist, otherwise well put together. Behavior. Arrogant, dismissive, mean. The subject in this situation is, of course, Lupe Fiasco. I didn't exactly put his name. I had to write in shorthand, guys, because I was pressed for time. Speech, and I also had limited space. Domineering in conversation, refers to self in the third person quite often. Vulgar and crass, and I think that was it. Yeah. So he was domineering, he was very vulgar, very crass, referred to himself in the third person. Affect. Increased lability, which is the opposite of stability. And lability means your emotions and your thoughts tend to fluctuate erratically. It's very random. There's no equilibrium, there's no stability to it. So, mood swings, violent mood swings, for example. People who are very quick to anger, people with short tempers. It takes very little to set them off. Increased lability and increased irritation, particularly when opinion was challenged. And that's pulling from the live stream that I watched. This is all things that I observed. Thought content. Intelligent, however, grandiosity remains concrete. Thought process. Again, intelligent, however, constantly comparing himself to others. Cognition. Cognitive functioning, normal. He operates like a normal human being. And that's the part that y'all should be most terrified about. Insight. Zero self-awareness present, physically unable to process humility. Judgment. Poor judgment, prone to self-sabotage as a result. I told y'all about that self-sabotage thing that he did and tried to blame on his fans. And lastly, impulse control. Physical impulse control, moderate. And why I say moderate is extreme aggravation from critique to the point of threatening violence as a way to put them in their place. No visual violence displayed in response to criticism. Mental impulse control, low. Prone to outbursts of irritation, inflammatory language, and behavior toward those they deem opposition or inferior. Emotional impulse control, also low. Ego appears fragile, hyperprotective of image to the point of grandiosity and extreme arrogance. And that is just considering these areas before you officially evaluate and diagnose somebody with narcissistic personality disorder. Hello, Bread. I called that man a narcissist, and some folks in that chat got mad. I don't know why they did. Because it was quite literally, it was right there in front of us. It was right in front of us. You can. You most definitely can. All right, here's where we get in depth. People who were in my previous live should remember this. This is the more expansive checklist for identifying a pathological narcissist or somebody with narcissistic personality disorder. I went through a little bit. I skimmed in my last live. Today, we're going in depth, and I went through it in depth. I took my notes, and I gave my reasons, and I put this all on a yes or no spectrum. I went through every single last checklist. I put whether I thought yes or no, and I gave my reasonings. Out of 50. The score is out of 50. I'm not going to tell y'all what he scored yet. I'm not going to tell y'all. I'm going to keep this from me. We're going to get there. We're going to inch our way there. And you're going to just see how horrifying this truly is. I'm not going to tell you. But since I have the checklist up here, let me make this bigger so you guys can see. If it would let me. There we go. Shamelessly inserting themselves in the conversations that they don't have the right to take part in. Literally. Oh, thank you. You guys are so... But yeah, he is dying of thirst, and it's from Kendrick Lamar's Sweat. He is just angry that he has to constantly live in Kendrick Lamar's shadow, and it's made him very, very bitter and very hateful. And we're gonna peel this apart. I'm picking him apart, piece by piece. I had someone who called herself my best friend, but she was awful. And then she gaslit me when I tried to talk about her past behavior. Sure will. Because we are entering into very sensitive territory, I will issue a trigger warning. This is obligatory. This is just for people who are jumping in, who may have dealt with something like this, or have gone through something similar. Trigger warning. The topics that we are about to go into are traumas, dealing with people who have narcissistic personality disorder, survival of domestic abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse, verbal abuse. If you are very sensitive to this type of content, I completely understand. You don't have to keep watching. You can just mute. But yeah, we are going into these topics because people deserve to know the truth. They deserve to see this and apply it to daily life so that they can identify when they are being taken advantage of. Because there are a lot of young women just like me, just like other people who didn't have this and unfortunately had to go through it. And you know what they say, you live and learn. So I am trigger warning. If this is triggering to you guys, just you don't have to go in, you could go somewhere else, but the train is going to keep moving. So I just gave a warning and a heads up. Don't say I didn't warn y'all. It's nothing too graphic, but you know how it is on the internet. People have gone through some shit. I'm not even gonna blame them. I'm not even gonna blame people for being overly sensitive. It's just people have gone through some shit, and you never know what people have gone through. So it's best to be respectful of everybody, just regardless of how you feel about them. All right. Number one. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I did put the link in the Discord, so if you want to explore it yourself, it is up there. It is still very public, easily accessible. I think they even archived it too, so people cannot delete it. But a narcissist, number one, they criticize to nitpick and demean you, not to empower you. Highly toxic people don't give constructive criticism as a way to help you. They throw nuggets of disdain rather than wisdom your way in order to make you double your efforts to please them. I said yes for this one. And the example that I used was during Koala's live stream. Lupe many times picked apart his career, particularly as a battle rapper, but it was only in a way to position himself as the superior one. He was trying to pick apart his career and his accomplishments in his current field, his YouTube field, criticize his the number of views he had, the number of subscribers, stuff like that. But it was all in a way to make him feel lesser. Number two, they give unsolicited advice, especially in situations where it is inappropriate to do so, or about matters you've made clear are none of their business. Yes, yes, he did. And the example was one, when Lupe was telling Koala to stay in his lane, and two, the unsolicited advice he gave about, the reasons why Koala left his battle rap career, which were already public knowledge. Um, Again, he's not doing it because he actually cares about him and wants him to succeed. He's doing it to demean him and establish a hierarchy, and put himself at the top of that hierarchy. Number 3, they enjoy raining on your parade. Toxic people like bringing little tempests of debasing comments whenever they see that you're proud of yourself or feeling especially happy. Battles don't always spell the greatest rapper. Exactly. I also said yes for this one. My example. Whenever Koala smiled or tried to joke around, you could see Lupe getting very visibly irritated. And he even shot back with some snide remark or demeaning insult to try and kill the energy. They shooting fireworks again? I mean, I guess they should. It rained like a motherfucker yesterday. Number 4, they frequently play devil's advocate, especially when it's unnecessary. I said no on this one, and my references, because that was his first time meeting Koala in person. That was his first time. They didn't know each other. Excuse me, sorry. They were strangers on the internet, and so they had no prior history before this. Before like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that. So that's a no. You don't know nothing about that. Number 5, they copy your mannerisms, your work, your behavior, anything they covet. In this context, imitation is not the highest form of flattery. Because they do it so often, you feel like a part of you is being stolen. I said yes. Specifically because, one, Lupe trying to use Koala's own vocabulary against him. 2, also trying to use his trolling against him because Koala was trolling the shit out of he was trolling him, trying to use his own guilt tripping tactics against Koala. He tried to use the words that Koala was throwing on him back at it when he was like, "Oh, you're cutting me off," which he was. He was very visibly cutting him off, being an asshole. Wasn't letting him speak. He was being very demeaning. He was deflecting whenever he brought up the Kendrick thing. You could tell he tried to accuse him of doing the same thing later on in the live stream, and people caught on to it. But, they couldn't exactly do much. It was like screaming behind a glass case. You couldn't really do anything from the inside. Number 6. They rage excessively when challenged. This is what is known as narcissistic rage. It occurs when a person feels slighted or when they feel their sense of superiority is negated in any way. That's a big fat yes. He called Koala out of his name multiple times, called him out, cut him off multiple times, raised his voice at him multiple times. And then we're gonna get to what exactly he called him. Don't worry, we're almost there. We're getting there. But yeah, he called it unwarranted, unprovoked, by the way, because Koala did not do the same in return. He did not match the energy, so the energy was mismatched. So it was quite literally bullying. Number 7, they guilt you when they don't get what they want. Since they feel excessively entitled to everything, they feel they need to coerce you into getting the outcome they desire. I said yes. Sure did. Multiple times he accuses Koala of deflecting / belligerence slash cutting Lupe off. He accuses Koala of cutting him off, and says it vocally, quite a few times when it was not even the opposite. I think that man spoke maybe 20% of the time throughout that entire live stream. But yeah, no, Lupe was the one that was getting cut off. Okay, yeah, no, it's fine. Number 8. After mistreating you, they try to get you to feel sorry for them. These pity ploys are a way for them to skirt responsibility and have you work hard to please them instead. That is also a yes. Lupe goes on a big sob story about how his label screwed him over after being a disrespectful piece of shit for the first hour and a half. Number 9. They rarely take accountability for their actions or say sorry. Apologizing would mean sharing the consequences for the behavior or taking part in evolving from it. I put yes. Never took accountability. And I make emphasis on never. Literally. Yep. Sob stories of the way he likes to end his confrontations, because he was doing it in the Culture United when I went in there the other day. I was literally like, oh, I wonder what we're doing. Then we were on the sob story. I'm like, damn. Then I missed the initial crash out that led up to the sob story. If I know how he acts, and if he's as predictable as he comes across, doubled down in every other stream, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Because why would he believe that he's the problem? But yes, not only did he never take accountability for his actions, he also froze up when the word accountability was actually brought up by Koala. Vocally. He didn't know what to say. It's like he fucking blue screened. His brain genuinely cannot process the concept of accountability, because that would mean admitting he is flawed, which he would never do. Oh my god, he was in there too? He was just in everybody's live stream. That's why I feel like that Seth person was low-key Lupe in disguise. Because bro was really he was really going to bat for this dude. As if we weren't looking at what we were looking at. We were literally reacting to the live stream. Oh my god. Lupe glitched? I'm sure he did. I hope he did. Motherfucker. Sorry, I'm being cordial today. We will not I'm not gonna light into him anymore. As though I want to, but I gotta hold myself back. Number 10. If they do apologize, it's usually to get you to forgive them. There is no change in the behavior accompanying this apology. I put no with an asterisk. Because as far for what I've seen, he hasn't apologized at all. Like a single time. If I'm wrong on that, please correct me. But from what I've seen in the Koala live stream and in the Culture United live stream, I didn't hear the words "I'm sorry" or apologies one time. I didn't hear him say that at all. I didn't even hear him say something like, oh, I was wrong, or like I overreacted, or I wasn't being very mature. I didn't hear any of that. All I heard was him defending his actions. That's all I heard was defense. I did nothing wrong. I'm the victim. Man. That's all I heard. Lupe is allergic to accountability. So yeah, I put no, but with a little asterisk, because it was if they show accountability or if they do apologize, but he just didn't. But I mean, I guess it implied that, it's a very small chance that they will ever apologize, but on the off chance that they do, it's usually to get you to forgive them. Honestly, I should have just put like a question mark because genuinely I don't know. Because I've never actually seen him apologize. Not even once. He likes to walk back his comments as if we misunderstood him. That's the closest he's come to apologizing. Yeah, but see, like, that's not even apologizing. That's just changing your answer to make yourself look good. Like, that's changing your answer to say what you think people want to hear. Or like in what you were saying, he walks back his comments as if we misunderstood him. He's literally insulting our intelligence because we understood him clearly. But this is just a way of damage control without admitting that he fucked up. So it's still avoiding accountability. Like, he's still going back and correcting his mistake. He's not acknowledging that it's a mistake. He's trying to spin it on the other person like they're stupid, or like they heard him incorrectly, or that they were interpreting what he was saying wrong. When he was very clear and concise on what he said the first time. He just didn't get the answer that was satisfactory. So now he's walking it back he's correcting his mistake without admitting that it's a mistake, which is what narcissistic people do. Because that's humility. That's what humility is. Admitting when you have done wrong. I don't know. They never apologize. They just expect people to get over it. Exactly. And then they try to go on this, they derail the conversation and they fucking pad it out to try to get you to forget what even happened. So then by the end of the conversation, you forget why you're even mad at them. That's also another tactic that they do. They will draw things out and take the conversation to strange, weird, and abstract places in an effort to make you forget why you got mad at them to begin with, to try to detract from the point of the conversation, which he did constantly, and it was pissing me off. Number 11. I don't even have to read the whole thing. They act superior to you and treat you with contempt as if you were below them in some way. The fattest yes on the history of all yeses, I slapped on this one. Because he talked down to everybody. It didn't matter if it was Koala, Company Man, Jason, Nolan, Absa. He was just talking down to everybody, acting as though he was the superior one, as if we were all just ignorant, teething children with no sense of direction, no sense of cognitive functioning, no sense of object permanence. I like to think Punch actually scared the shit out of Lupe in the "we had a nice chat" tweet. That makes me think of the human resources guy from that one SpongeBob episode. The big dude that was standing in the doorway that was like cracking his knuckles and shit. He was like, "You want to talk to human resources, Squidward? Service with a smile." I imagine that being Punch. He just needed a little bit of attitude adjustment, positive reinforcement. That's fucking hilarious. We move on. Number 12. They use chronic, vitriolic sarcasm. This form of sarcasm is not employed as a way to playfully build rapport, but as a way to demean you and make you feel small. I said yes. Lupe uses sarcasm throughout the entirety of Koala's life as a demeaning, condescending manipulation tactic. It wasn't playful. You can always tell when people are being sarcastic. You could tell if they're being serious or if they're just playing it up for the bit. And you could tell every single time that he was 100% dead serious. Which is why nobody sympathizes with this asshole. None. Like, at all. Lupe acts like Google doesn't exist. Literally, he thinks he is like the encyclopedia of rap. He thinks he's the encyclopedia of everything. And it's just, no. No, that's not how reality works, mister. 13. They attempt to sabotage you in areas where they know you are flourishing. I put yes, because there are points where Koala talks about, the good things that happened in his life, in his career, in his tenure. One point in particular when he brings up him leaving battle rap because he had to raise his kids, which he said he loves his kids. He said he's made it very obvious that he loves his kids. And typically, if you step away from your whole career to take care of your kids, obviously you prioritize your children over your career, which is, it's noble. It is. That's what any normal parent would do. Any good parent, at least, because their children comes first. You can get another job. You can't get another. It's hard to get another kid. You can't just pop another one out after you lose one. That's not how that works. There's trauma that goes along with that. But yeah, at one point, Koala makes it known that he stepped back from battle rap to take care of his kids. To which Lupe makes fun of him for it. He trolls him for it. With an audacity akin to when Drake said on the Sharp Part 6, haha, you're just mad at me because you made a song on your album about you getting molested. You Touch My Body by Mariah Carey must be different now because you totally made a song about how you got molested. Haha, you got molested. That had that same energy as Drake. Lupe trolling a man who put his kids before his career. Yeah, no, that's grounds for trolling, apparently, in this day and age. A black man wanting to actually take care and provide for his children is grounds for trolling, y'all. That's nerd shit. That's fuck boy, pussy boy shit, apparently. Get a fucking grip, bro. You can't defend that. You can't defend this behavior. You can't. It's indefensible. And here we arrive at number 14. They call you names and verbally abuse you. These are traumatic shortcuts to control your behavior. Toxic people know that if they repeat something long enough, you'll start to internalize it. Verbal abuse acts as a portal to erode your identity and your self-esteem. Lupe calls Koala out of his name many times, particularly in the very middle, where he calls him the dreaded fuck nigga 3 times in a row to his face without even flinching. And it's like he asked him to repeat it because he didn't think that he had the nuts to say it again. But then he did. And then he said it one more time to affirm it. So that's just blatant disrespect. We have a code here in the black community. Once you reach that level, that's a disrespect that you can't come back from as a black man. Especially when you say it with such malice and such hatred. He may as well have called him the hard R in front of all those people. That's what that was. He may as well have just straight out come out of his black mouth and called him the hard ER in front of all of his fans and in front of the whole YouTube hip hop community. That would have gone along well. Narcissists always go as low as they can. Welcome, Blue, welcome. Hip hop feels all too ripe with narcissists, it feels like. Yes. Yeah, he sure did. And yeah, and we remember everybody went like everybody went silent. Even Koala, hey, he had hit the way his neck turned. He's just like, oh, so we're just in just straight disrespect. We've just jumped off the deep end into the disrespect, and just completely unwarranted. He didn't call Lupe out of his name or call him anything. It just out of nowhere, just disrespect, hatred. It was just venom dripping from those words. And it genuinely feels like he just like straight up called him the N-word in front of everybody. I don't know if he did that in the Culture United, but I hope not. Cause like as if Justin didn't need more reason to hate that man. Oh yeah, and then the fact that he, everybody's like, oh, he called Absa a bitch. I already gave my opinion on that. I didn't necessarily disagree with that sentiment. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. Okay. But I don't know. I don't know. It's been several months. Maybe she's gotten better. Maybe. I hope she's gotten better. But my last opinion of the person in question, I agreed with Lupe on that one. I was like, I agree with you. That is the only thing I agree with you on. However, just I know you calling her that was completely unwarranted, which is why I don't like that you said it, because I know you're just saying it as a way to demean her and, degrade her as a human being because you don't agree with her opinion, not necessarily because she did anything to you in particular. And then when I heard what she called him, I'm like, really? That was it? That's what prompted him to call her a bitch? Because she called him a virus to hip hop culture? And I even said out loud, I was like, I literally said the same thing. I said the exact same thing. And I was like, shit, maybe me and Absa have more in common than I thought. Because I called him a virus. I called him a disease to hip hop culture. I doubled and tripled down. I was like, you are a festering disease. You are Ebola to hip hop culture. But yeah, man, shout out to Absa, because I agreed for once. I agreed with her on that sentiment. I was like, you know what? You're good. We're beef squashed, beef settled. I don't even care, because that's fucking hilarious. Like we both said the same thing, but like she's the one that gets attacked, which I get it. It's very corny as a black man. A woman calls you a name on the internet, so you go off on this expletive filled tirade and try and tear down her identity as a woman. That's very hoish. That's very Drake behavior. That's very spiteful beta male energy to try and tear down another person, or a woman especially, specifically because she said something on the internet you don't agree with. Um and like they always say, man, a hit dog's gonna holler. So that just means that he was watching. He was paying attention. Which means like he's always tuned in because he is so concerned with what people think about him. Which is hilarious because he acts like such an asshole. So it's like, it doesn't make sense. Why would you act like such a piece of shit on the internet and then also be like, I don't like that they send mean things about me. She called me a virus. I'm a good person. My karma is good. That's how people with narcissism talk. Ugh. Which one? Okay. Number 15. They attempt to micromanage your life. They may try to control where you go and who you see. I stopped beefing with Absa because Lupe was even worse. Yeah, man, it was like Captain America Civil War. Like I was like, you know what? We have a common enemy, so I don't care. I'm defending. I'm on Team Absa today. Whatever we had to say, whatever I had to say about her was in the past. I said my shit and I moved the fuck on. Um, I'm not even gonna lie. A lot of women on this platform tend we can. I'll take the hit for us. We can be kind of bitchy, okay? That's just we can be a little bitchy because especially black women. We can be. We have mastered the art of being bitchy. However, when you look at the situation logistically, it didn't warrant being called out of her name. Like I approached the situation, it's a little touchier because, you know, she was actually giving her opinion about him as a person. Knowing what I know now, I 100% agree with her. But back then, me having no context on the situation, I didn't really care that he called her a bitch because I was like, hell, I called her a bitch months ago. Just, you know, I was defending keto. Shout out to Team Petty Souls, hashtag Team Petty Souls. But yeah, like that was fucking months ago. It was practically almost a year ago. Honestly, that was way early on my channel. I was at my dad's house when I made that video. So I'm just like, oh, okay, shit. Well, he's out here just calling people bitches, just people on the internet. Like it just showed that he cared more than he tried to. You know, he cared more than he let off, and was getting mad because people were calling him out for caring so much. Tries to downplay these streamers, but he's in their lives getting crazy. Exactly. Needs a conversation online now, not because Kendrick, because people watch these streamers. Exactly. And all of these communities are intertwined. They're all interlaced, and there's a lot of overlap with the fandoms. People who watch this, and this. They'll like people who watch me also watch Koala. They also watch the Company Man. They also watch Jason, Charles. They watch everybody. Like it is a community. It's like a spider web of interconnected pieces. But yeah, very disappointing what happened. Oh no, Diego, what did you do to Lupe? Damn, he did it in Koala's video, Hard R. Are you serious? No, no, he didn't. No, no, he didn't slip up that badly, did he? No, no, you're no. What is happening with L? I said some things about L too. I didn't call her out of her name or nothing, but I was very hypercritical of her stances. Like I respect her as a person, I just didn't agree with the arguments that she was making. It was particularly in a conversation about Drake. That video is up on my channel, by the way. That's the live stream where they brought in glasses and he laid all of them out, talking about why we should continue to hold Drake accountable for the corny shit that he did. What? What the hell? The enemy of my enemy. I'll never hold my tongue. Oh, not L. L is catching heat. Bad enough to stop people's super chats, but to follow them around. Oh god. Oh, she was the one stopping people's super chats? that were disagreeing with Lupe. This is some messy shit today. I'm sitting here looking like, me and Tom are just like some messiness here. Go ahead and put on my glasses so I can hear this better. We're ear hustling today. Sure am. They're saying she works for. Don't judge me, y'all. We gotta be a little ignorant, okay? I gotta balance out the intellectual with a little ignorance. We gotta gossip and ear hustle a little bit. But this gossip is at least based in fact. We're gonna go here for a while. Ask Justin to stop using my art. Oh, you're an artist? Hell yeah. I love my artists. Shout out to all the artists. Graphic artists, digital artists, traditional. It's all art. It's all expression through creative medium. He did at one point, I remember seeing that, where Justin asked him a question. Very specifically asked him a question. And Lupe, he let him speak and then was immediately like, I'm talking to Elle, and then just started talking to her like he wasn't even in the room. And like you visibly see that ticked Justin off. And he was trying to be professional, but I could see it. I could see it in his face. And I'm like, wow. He's acting like Elle is like his translator or something, but everybody in the live stream was speaking English. So I'm like, what you need a translator for? That's some shit that you do when you genuinely don't want to talk to somebody and you're using the other person as a medium because you're too immature to just talk to them yourself. Like, that's just, it was so childish. You can't. No. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, never watch a Company Man. Because Company Man by himself, he's fantastic at what he does. He gets his sources from verifiable sources. He always backs his information with facts. He's very transparent. He tries to approach the situation from a neutral, non-biased perspective. Unfortunately, in this scenario, he did have a biased perspective because he's known and talked to Lupe before, and he didn't know that, he was acting like this. And so I think he genuinely just needed to see it for himself in order to be convinced. Because on the internet, anybody can say whatever they want, but it takes you being able to see it for yourself to discover the absolute truth. Why is Elle there every week? I think she's like an official member of the panel, because it's her. What's my other girl's name? I can't remember her name. Company Man. I can't remember if Trap is on there. Not Trap. Stat. And then whoever they bring on as a guest. Then there's a couple more people. Yes. Okay. Yeah. BK. I can't remember because he does the third verse with Stat. I don't know if Stat's also on Culture United. I've seen him on there a couple times, but yeah, and BK. And then Elle. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure she's a part of like the main panel, and then they have their guest speaker. Because she's there consistently, like every time. Every time I go into a Culture United stream, she's there. So we're giving them a platform over a female that knows more and leads with less feelings. She literally starts every sentence with, I feel like. I've noticed that we can't, when we're having logistical conversations, you cannot incorporate feelings because emotions do not hold logic. They don't. They're That's why, try as they might, artificial intelligence will never be able to replicate human emotions. Not 100%. Because emotions know no statistics. You can't put a statistic on feelings. It is abstract. It is something that is unique only to living creatures. Something that computers cannot process. And so when you are approaching a situation where it is strictly logic and rationale based, you cannot bring in feelings, because then it throws everything off and the scales start to tip, and it becomes obvious that that party is being biased, because that's what bias is. When you are letting your personal thoughts and feelings dictate your stance on something, on an objective thing. When the objective becomes subjective, that's when you have a problem. Let's not forget, she's totally with the black versus brown. She thinks we're all out here MAGA Latino. What the fuck? Black versus brown. Like, we all dark. We all been out in the sun. That's literally, it's like, there's nothing to separate. Like, we've just all been out in the sun longer. That is all this is about. It's just some niggas have been out in the sun longer than others, and they developed a natural immunity to it. White people are just mad because y'all still get skin cancer when you stand outside for more than 5 minutes and you roast up like Larry the Lobster, and you have to put a bunch of fucking cream and shit on yourself because you suffered 3rd-degree burns from shit that we can sustain naturally. All our shit does is get darker. Your skin blisters. That's it. It's okay. If you roast up like bacon in the sunlight, it's fine. That's why y'all made sunscreen. Y'all built a fucking immunity to it, kind of, with the Italians and the Greeks. Maybe the French. That's her narrative. If she did her history, all Mexicans are 10% black. Yeah. Like, almost 50% of South America are black. They have black in them. Because that's where a lot of the slaves went after they were free. They went south. That's why you have a lot of Afro-Latino culture down there. That's why a lot of your Dominicans, a lot of your Cubans, a lot of your people from Paraguay, they're dark. They look black. They got the 4C hair because that's just how it went. The cultures embraced each other and they just became one. Like, black people and Latinos have been we've been at the same family reunion for decades. We're cousins. We're just cousins. That's just how it is. When we just had to accept it. Just like black people and the Native Americans. I'm sorry, we're just cousins. It is what it is. We've been there since day one. Day one. So we all had to grow up in the same house. So that's my brother. That's my brother. That's my sister. That's my cousin. It is what it is. Whether you don't fit the stereotype or not. If you're a friend of me, you are a friend indeed. I'm glad that there's people that exist in the hip hop media space, especially on YouTube, that stand on some real shit. The culture ain't feeling Lupe's leeching of attention from Dot. Sold out elitists. Ugh, God. These elitists, they are really coming out of the shadows. Like, this whole situation with Wayne, it's the same behavior over and over again. And then he had the nerve to bitch and complain because we didn't give him the Super Bowl. Because he's like, oh, it's in New Orleans. I'm literally from New Orleans. How come you And then he goes and literally scams his fans, scams them out of their money, is late to his own performance, only performs for an hour, and then leaves. These artists are telling you guys exactly what they think of you. Our critical thinking skills are being put to the test in real time. It's time for y'all to actually start using your critical thinking skills. Use your street smarts. It's called street smarts for a reason. Because it helps you survive out in the streets of daily life. Not just the streets, the grimy streets. I'm talking about the normal streets, the suburban streets, the city streets. Wisdom is not lost on us as a society. It still exists, and it still persists in the YouTube hip hop community, the music space, the psychology space, the mental health space. It exists there. The art space, the anime and the cosplay space, it persists there. And just in the Black community as a whole. Because that's all we had to pass down was our wisdom and our knowledge and our set, like our culture. They want to say it wasn't the syrup. The dude had seizures and kept sipping. Good Lord. Thank you for the jewels, Leah. Oh, the 100. Ugh. See, you called us broke and delusional for really? Culture United called us broke and delusional for calling out Lupe. Well, I'm broke and I'm delulu, bitch. Cause I'm sorry, Lupe, you are a narcissist, fam. You are a textbook narcissist, and it needed to be said, and it needed to be fucking proven. Because anybody could just say that somebody is a narcissist, but I put you up against the DSM-5, nigga, and you failed. You hit every single goddamn marker for identifying a narcissist. Just in 2 hours and 38 minutes of me observing your behavior. And if you can't figure it out after 40-something years, then I'm sorry, dude. I don't know what to tell you. You're chopped. You're surrounded by all those yes men who suck your dick from the back and want to fucking say yes to everything that you say and bend over backwards and bend that ass in a circle for you because they're afraid that you'll sue them and take all of their fucking money. I am not afraid of you, Lupe, because I'm a hardworking citizen. I pay my taxes just like everybody else. And I can say that this is my opinion, but considering that the DSM-5 is not opinion, it's not. That's not an opinion anymore, Chief. That is now proven fact that you are a clinical narcissist. And it's like, oh, how can you diagnose if you're not a psychiatrist or you're not a psychologist? The DSM-5 literally exists for people who are not psychologists to identify a narcissist. That is why the DSM-5 is made available to the public. Let's not be ignorant here. Lupe, since I know you're going to use that, you're going to be like, oh, you're not a psychiatrist. You can't diagnose anybody. That's why the list is here, dumbass. Fuck. Because newsflash, narcissistic personality disorder is not exclusive to Harvard graduates. It exists literally everywhere. There are dumb people who think they're better than you. There are people who didn't even graduate high school who think that they are better than everybody else. Because it is a cognitive disorder. It is a mental personality disorder. And the fact that you lack the self-awareness, it just goes to show. It only proves me correct. And this information is important because there are people out here who need to see something like this, who need to understand that they are not crazy, that they are not just seeing things. They're not just being over emotional. They're not just overthinking it. They know what they're seeing. And it's videos like this that give hope to somebody in that situation, to let them know, no, you're not crazy. You know exactly what you saw. Trust your intuition. And then back it with real world knowledge. Everybody want to have a personality acronym or horoscope, but nobody want to claim narcissism/cognitive dissonance. Literally that. Leos and Scorpios, I'm calling y'all out. Y'all are like 9 times out of 10 the most likely to be a narcissist. I'm sorry I said it. And they're gonna be angry that I said that. There's gonna be a lot of angry Leos and angry Scorpios in my comment section. Scratch that. There's gonna be a lot of angry Leos in the comment section. The Scorpios are gonna be like, I mean, yeah, you kind of right though. That's literally what they're gonna say. They're gonna be like, how dare you call me out like that? But you're not wrong. But yeah, man. You're not a psychiatrist? Well, Lupe, you don't have a PhD. You may teach at MIT, but do I see a PhD? No? Okay then, shut the fuck up. Vampires don't like sunlight. Gemini gang? See, y'all are crazy. Gemini, y'all are crazy. Y'all crazy as fuck. Psychopaths. All of y'all. Not all of y'all. Most of y'all. Y'all crazy. You are. Cause Kendrick is a Gemini. That's a crazy little nigga. That's one little crazy ass dude. That is a scary, scary man. Yes, that's my baby daddy, but he's scary. Scary. Terrifying. That laugh on the control verse told me everything I needed to know. That was his other half trying to speak it through the mic for a second. Literally, he activated the darkness for like 2 seconds and just went nuts. And I'm just like, oh, what was that? I accidentally peered into the upside down. That's what that felt like. That's like the Black Mirror episode where you see the other side of the mirror and that bitch kind of just starts laughing at you. No. That's how I knew that this nigga was crazy. Stop fucking with crazy people, y'all. Stop it. Fucking with good people make good people go to bed. Stop it. It is not safe out here. People are not as mentally stable as you think they are. People think that Kendrick is just this cute little, oh my god, he's so adorable, look at him, oh, he's such a sweetheart. No! Glasses even said it. He is a crash out. You leave these crash outs alone. Just because they don't look like a crash out doesn't mean they're not a crash out. Life advice. Leave people the fuck alone. In 2026, if you could take anything away from this conversation, it's leave people alone. If you don't fuck around, you will not find out. It's that simple. Just mind your business. Leave people the fuck alone. And live your life. Leave people alone. That's it. That's all we ask for. Leave us the fuck alone. White people, get out of our house. You're like a bunch of roaches. We think we've gotten rid of you. And then all of a sudden you've taken over the bathroom. Asking where the food at. And then see, when we get pest control involved, then y'all want to scream, oh, this is victim. I'm a victim. This is violence. This is racism. I can't be proud of being white. Get out. Get out of the house. Nobody asked you to come in here. Get out. You're not welcome here in this house. This is a black house. Who let you in? How did you get in? Oh, here it is. Here we go. Here we go. There it is. There it is. Right there. There we go. This is what I like to see. We fucking called it. Manifested from the fucking mountains of Olympus. I don't even know what you said. Hold on. Let me go here so I can see what that super chat said. Oh, it didn't even say anything. It's just, you just gave me money. Let's go. You saw it here first, everybody. He has finally shown his face. Well, kinda. Send it back. I wish I knew how. Help me out, YouTube. How do I do this? I can't send it back. It won't even let me. It's like, no, bitch. It's like, no, bitch, you got it now. You can't give that shit back. We don't want that accursed money back. I never thought it would happen. People were like, oh, he's been in other people's live streams. Look out. He's going to pop in yours. And I'm like, me, little old me from around the corner, from the streets of Northeast DC. Nah, he's going to pop in like, he's going to pop in Koala's live stream. He's going to pop in the Company Man. He's going to pop in Charles Brown. And I'm going to see him in Deciphered. And I'm going to see him in fucking Curtis King's live for some fucking reason. But no. Wow, this is just documented. This is a good moment. You know what? Pay it forward. You know what? Fuck yeah, we're going to pay it forward. I'm going to keep reading this nigga. Why? See, I knew it paid off. It paid off. We're doing a good thing here. Because like I said, this is educational. Y'all need to know how to spot this behavior. So yeah, no, we're gonna go back to our little list here. Fuck this. What's good? What's good? Which one were we on? We were on 15, correct? Number 16. On how to identify a narcissist. They take over your finances, your career, and demand what you've earned for themselves. I put no, because of the sheer fact that he does not control any of these people's finances. Thank God. Thank the Lord. You thought that the shit talking was gonna decrease? No. It's been disrupt the system for a very long time, sir. So, nothing personnel, kid. You're just kind of a narcissist. And not even kind of. You are. You are. We put you up against the DSM-5, homie. You failed. You hit every check mark. Jesus. Jesus doesn't even begin to describe it. You're a danger to society. And notice how I look right into the camera when I say this, because people need to hear this. Y'all need to see this. This is not healthy behavior. It's not. Especially from our black people. Y'all think that narcissism is just some white people shit? No. There are black narcissists too. There are narcissists of every nationality. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where or what they do. Or whether they're your superior or they're fucking corporate executive or they're the president of the fucking United States. All the brains operate the same. Except when they don't. That's why we have these conversations. Number 17. They compete with you rather than celebrate your accomplishments. At first, they may exhibit a starry-eyed admiration of your achievements. However, these same achievements come under extreme scrutiny as they work to use them for their own agenda or diminish them as a way to feel superior. I said yes. On the sheer account of the root cause of why he was so irate to begin with. And that's crazy timing that this came up. Oh, this is going to make him so mad. His admiration slash envy of one Kendrick Lamar's skill, also having to teach his lyrics at MIT. And this was just a little nugget of information that I gleaned from having to sit through 2 hours and 38 minutes of Lupe Fiasco acting like a spoiled, entitled crybaby. It was very painful. That live stream is 8 hours long. That's how long it took me to get through that. That was literal torture. I felt like I was in Guantanamo Bay. That's how bad that was. It was just ugh. I have never physically gagged so many times in my life, and I may have. And I said some unsavory things. I said some shit. I don't regret none of it. I don't, because I was taught to rebuke evil in its purest form. I was taught to rebuke it naturally, and I'm sorry, I'm just repulsed by it. Actually donating to your live stream of you exposing Lupe's character. I sure did. And I even put it in the title. I put it in the title of the stream. Y'all think I'm not hiding from anybody. Like I said, this is educational. People can learn something from this. Especially my black females. Y'all need to, and my gay black males, well, they know how to spot some bullshit. I'm sorry, women, we got some work to do. We got some work to do, because y'all put up with just too much. Y'all put up with literal abuse and be like, but he still loves me. There's still a part of him in there somewhere. I can fix him. No, you can't fix nothing. If he keeps tearing himself down over and over again and tearing you down, there is no fixing. You just leave and fix yourself. Women, y'all gotta hear this, because y'all have a problem of sticking to these no good bum ass niggas and letting them sap every single ounce of what makes you unique and destroy you. And we can't do that anymore. No, that's not okay anymore. We can't do that, especially if we want to survive out here, and we want to find compatible partners and just notice people's behavior out in public. And we have to understand our own perception of reality. Stop letting these niggas gaslight you into thinking that you're being crazy. Just trying to get my question answered. Why Lupe slide? You know what? I'm convinced too. Because it's like, how would you even see this if you're not actively looking for it? There's not many artists that I know of, especially big name artists, who are on YouTube so much that their algorithm is literally tailored to whatever has their name in it. Do you just Google your own name and see what pops up on in the latest news? Is that what we're doing? Just like, who mentioned Lupe Fiasco today? And then just looking at the Google searches of like recent shit. Okay, I mean, shit. You do you, boo. Live in your truth, sis. Don't let me stop you. Number 18. They project their own shame into you. If you evoke in them a sense of inadequacy, even without meaning to, they'll suddenly go into an epic rant and rave, defending themselves with an excessive amount of force. Yes. There was an unnecessary amount of self-defense during that live stream, and even before the live stream began, he spammed the chat with his own accomplishments repeatedly. I will be right back. I need to take a bathroom break because it's been almost 2 hours, y'all. But we're getting back to this. Oh yeah, no. We're hitting the ignition. We're gunning that bitch. Tom, you're my this is my ride or die buddy right here. This is my co-pilot. We're hitting ludicrous speed, y'all. But when we get right back. I have returned. Of course, my pen would choose to flop onto its side. But we continue. Okay. Before I left, we hit number 18. Today, we hit number 19. They project their own malignant qualities onto you. Everything that makes them toxic, their rage, their envy, their selfishness, is assigned to you as they try to paint you as the unhinged one, aka gaslighting, which he did, yes, quite a bit. Um, Particular with the use of the words "calm down," "you're deflecting," and "it's not that serious." People usually will do that whenever you're getting frustrated after they've continued irking your nerves over and over again. It's rage bait. That's what it is. They're baiting you to act out of character so they can position themselves as the bigger person and try and de-escalate the situation. Manipulation tactic. And relax. That too. That they'll use words like that in an attempt to paint you as the one being unreasonable. It's designed to toy with your sense of reality and your perception of yourself. And it's supposed to make you question your own actions and your own thoughts and feelings, as if you're not entitled to feeling upset because this person is insulting your intelligence and trying to warp your own sense of reality. Deflecting is Lupe's biggest strength, not punchlines. Yeah, I mean, shit. Even he said that kicking and pushing shit it didn't have any meaning to it. He said it was just about a nigga on a skateboard. So, yeah, his biggest strength is self sabotage too. It seems because holy shit, like I wouldn't even say that if I was an artist. I would never say some shit like that to my fans. Like you let them figure it out, especially when it's designed to have a very motivational message to it. When you position and write it as a motivational message, the last thing I would do is go onto a live stream and completely alienate everybody who got an emotional response from that song because of its message, and just be like, oh, it's just about a kid on a skateboard. It's not that deep. That was just to make you listen to the song a second time. That's it. Like that was literally the magician telling explaining his entire trick to the audience. Like a master magician suddenly coming out and being like, I'm not actually a magician. I'm going to explain all of my tricks and completely ruin the illusion. That's what you did. You just completely killed any sort of connection that your fans may have had with you just because of that one song. That was like literally nuking any respect that your fan base had for you. That was left. Not a good move. If I was your PR agent, I would have had a heart attack yesterday. I would have had a stroke hearing that. Because way to put the fucking nail in the coffin of your career, my dude. Just like, oh my god, the worst self-sabotage I've ever seen in my life. I don't even think Drake went that far. Even with the Sharp Part 6, like there are still people that rock with his music. There are still people that think he's an awesome rapper. There's still people that go to his shows. Even he wouldn't do something so stupid. Yeah, the conversation he had with one of his fans, and he was just like, fuck him. He said, fuck that nigga. Verbatim. That's exactly what he said. Without, at the drop, like, just bam. No, not even a second thought. Just fuck that nigga. And all he said was he's a fan, bro. He likes your music. That was his only criticism, was that it took him a year to break down the meaning of what the song meant. It took him a year. Shit that I can do in like maybe 2 hours, it took that person a year to break down all of your lyrics on one album. That's not good. That's not a good thing. Just make, I don't know. I just feel like the payoff isn't worth the journey. It's not. Because the whole point of a song is to connect with somebody on an emotional level, to entertain, to, you know, to appease, to bring joy. That is connecting with somebody on an emotional level. And if you completely shut that off, then they're not connecting with your music. It's just noise to them, and they'll write it off as irrelevant. But then the one song that people could connect with, you've just gone and guillotined it. The connection that your fans had with that song, you just fucking cut it off. And then flip them the bird like they were the reason you did it. There aren't enough PR agents in the world to tell you how much of a dumb fucking move that was, Lupe Fiasco. Since you gave me money just to say pay it forward, then I will pay it forward in the form of knowledge and wisdom and life experience. I will pay it forward, and I will triple it. I will quadruple it. And I hope that people will pay this knowledge forward to people that they care about and people that need to hear this. And I hope those people pay it forward to their children. And those, when their children grow up, I hope they pay it forward to their children. Because this type of shit doesn't have a price tag on it, Lupe. Knowledge and wisdom is priceless. And you can pass it to whoever has the ears and the hearts to receive it. That is how you break the cycle, Lupe. Not by becoming intelligent, but by actually utilizing that intelligence to enrich the people around you who may not be as intelligent as you. To build yourself a better world, to build a better community of people through knowledge. That's what our fucking ancestors did, you elitist twat. All of the knowledge that they gained from their parents and their grandparents and their grandparents' grandparents, they passed that knowledge down. That's why we know about our history on such a deep, intimate level, because we have personal stories and personal experiences that have been passed down from generation to generation. Because that was K-Dot's point. Lupe, that was his point throughout the diss battle. That was the point he was trying to prove. That wisdom and perseverance and culture doesn't have a price tag. You can't position yourself as superior to people who want to actually form a connection through music. The people that want to be something better and do something better for themselves. Can't put a fucking price tag on that shit. Can't position yourself as superior to that. Because at the heart, it's love. There is nothing on this earth more superior than Christ and the love that he had for each and every single one of us. That's why I look at you with such contempt and disgust. Is because you have inherited the hubris of Lucifer. And you don't even realize it. Oh, the folly of man, to think that he could be better than God. That's the whole reason we fucked ourselves over to begin with. Was because we thought that we were the superior ones. And look where that got us. war, famine, genocide, sexual assault, domestic violence, police brutality, racism, Jim Crow, children being killed in the streets and no justice being served to the parents. Because of the mindset that you are a part of. Because they all believe themselves superior. Them just being a few shades lighter. They think, actively think, present tense, they think they're better than everybody. They think they're better than you, Lupe. Which is why I don't understand why you've adopted this white man colonizer mentality. That you could just go around and insult and demean and degrade and belittle anybody who doesn't have the opinion that you want them to have. You know what that's called, Lupe? That's called oppression, Lupe. When you actively attack and antagonize people because they have a different opinion than you, because they have an opinion that you don't agree with, that you don't like, so you want to suppress their opinion. You're being an oppressor. You're being like the very individuals that inspired the creation of hip hop and that inspired the creation of music as a way to stick it to the establishment. You are the establishment, Lupe. You have adopted that 1% establishment mentality that you're somehow better than everybody else just because you have a little bit of intelligence and a little bit of money under your belt. You've forgotten where you come from, dog. You forgot who you are. And I have to call you out for it because this is not okay. This is not healthy behavior. And like, it's not even about the other content creators. It's about how you treat people, bro. Outside of this internet shit. Because first impressions, if that's how you're treating your fans, then like, I don't want to be a fan. I don't want to fucking support an artist that verbally insults and degrades and dehumanizes his fan base, the very people that listened to his music and made him popular to begin with. That's masochism. No person in their right mind would want to willingly subject themselves to that. I won't. I refuse to do that. Fuck your whack ass raps. Talk to me crazy in person. Literally. Because this internet shit has blinded people to the fact that your actions and your words have consequences. They do. You can't say shit on the internet that you can't say shit in real life that you would say on the internet because not everybody's on the internet. There is a whole other world outside of this internet shit, and they operate by a different code. It is the talk shit get hit code that the internet unfortunately doesn't have because at least they think that we can't find them in real life, not knowing that we can and we will. They found people. They found Andrew Tate from a fucking selfie of a pizza box in the background. No joke. People on the internet were able to track his exact location from a picture of a pizza box that was in his background in one of his selfies. If you talk shit, that's just how it is. You can't abide by internet rules out in the real world because not everybody follows those rules because those rules don't hold any merit outside of the computer. It's open season, really. Like, it's like the Wild West almost. No one deserves to be born into that tyranny. Exactly. Which is why I do this. because this is not healthy behavior that should be praised and coddled. And it's the people that coddle this behavior that are also the ones to blame, because y'all are the enablers. Y'all are enabling this, and you're allowing the cycle to continue. If MIT drops him, I'm throwing a carne asada, and y'all invited? Hell yeah, you better invite me the fuck. But we continue. Number 20. They gaslight you. They make you believe that you are unable to see your own reality clearly. I think we all know what the answer to that one is. A big old fat yes. Gaslights Koala on numerous occasions throughout the live stream about the topic, / what was said, / the relevancy to the subject matter. Many times. It was genuinely like, it hurt my head. Because I was writing down notes, keeping track, and I'm like, but wait, you said this earlier. Why are you saying this now? But then he's saying that's not what he's saying. But you're saying that it was too much. Gotta turn my fan up. This hot as a bitch. 21. They engage in pathological lying and infidelity. Lying comes easily to them, and so does betrayal. I said yes. Because there were multiple times where he did lie to cover his own ass about things that he literally said not even moments before. And this was like the sudden amnesia. It's like, wait, you said this, you brought this up, so I brought this up. And that's they willingly forget what they said in an attempt to gaslight you, to make you question your own reality. And it didn't work because, the truth was obvious. We all knew. We knew. There was no hiding from us. Alright, so we are on 22. They exaggerate your flaws to the point of absurdity. This is meant to leave you feeling hopeless and worthless so that you are unable to self-validate. I said yes, with an asterisk. My reasoning? Less flaws and more unique quirks from Koala that Lupe villainized and shamed, particularly for leaving battle rap as a career even after knowing the reason why. Asshole. Again, I'm gonna keep saying that was a dick move. You're a dick. Just in layman's terms. We'll say it in your fucking language. 23. Meanwhile, they dismiss your good qualities and all you've done to help them. You only seem to get credit for what the toxic person thinks you've done wrong. You feel as if you can never measure up to whatever arbitrary standards or expectations they've set for you. That's because they never want you to feel sure of yourself. They want you to keep trying to please them so that you'll never work to please yourself. I said yes. Because even though Koala did his best to follow the instructions from Lupe, he still berated / chastised / demeaned Koala for quote-unquote shortcomings. Only quote-unquote compliment given was severely backhanded and used to build a point made to further deconstruct Koala's character. Number 24. They don't take ownership over their own problems. They expect you to clean up after them and fix their lives. Highly toxic people never want to be held responsible for being adults. They want to be coddled like children. If they made a mistake, they'll inevitably scapegoat you and claim that you're the problem. Yes. 100% yes. Never once claimed ownership over his abhorrent behavior. Always blamed the other party. Whether it was Koala, the people in the chat, Absa, all the other creators, and even his own fans. There was never an attempt to claim ownership of accountability over anything. It was always the other person's fault. Number 25. They blame you for parts of their lives that they are responsible for taking care of. Their various addictions, failures, shortcomings all get served onto your plate, along with the check. It's as if they expect you to pay the price for their own omissions and struggles. We just talked about this. That is a fat yes, if I've ever seen one. And I'll use the example from the live stream as well. He blames his fan base for his music quality deteriorating. Quote unquote, y'all too dumb, meet Ryder Kendrick, y'all just don't get it. Only people from Harvard can understand my lyrics and enjoy my music. Number 26. They are hypersensitive to any feedback you give them, even if it's done gently. I think we know what the answer is. But I'll give my perspective anyway. Spammed chats, invaded live streams because of critical opinions of his work. See, I'm not criticizing your work, Lupe. I'm criticizing your character because I don't like you. Not because I don't have I have a problem with you. I have a problem with your personality, brother. You're toxic. You're very toxic. And this even the DSM-5 says you're toxic, buddy. Bucko. Every single one. You hit every single marker. To a scary degree. Like genuinely terrifying. It's not okay. The people who are diagnosed need to meet at least 5 of the 9 criteria. And you met all of them. That's not good, bro. But I mean, by all means, you can send me more money. I'm gonna keep saying the same thing. That's not good. That's scary. Should go seek therapy. Actually, therapy's a lovely start. But I suggest some ayahuasca. Strip the ego from the bottom. This list is Lupe's Wikipedia. Diego is flaming you right now. 25 was when he blamed kids for downloading because he forgot the lyrics to his own song. Ah, yes, literally. Thank you, Blue. I forgot about that. Strip the ego from the bottom. Exactly, y'all. 27. They exhibit hot and cold behavior. 1 minute they're love bombing you with excessive praise, and the next they're withdrawing from you as if you were the plague. That actually kind of rhymed a little bit. Bars? Slant rhyme? Hell, okay, we spitting a little bit. This is mixed. This intermittent period of kindness mixed with cruelty are a setup to get you addicted to the crazy making cycle of their abuse. That was what, 27. I said yes, with an asterisk. It wasn't love bombing, but his behavior fluctuated between what I wrote, incessant apathy, and venomous indifference during the debate/conversation that he had with Koala. Now, what do I mean by incessant apathy? Incessant is when something is droned on repeatedly and it is aggravating and it is annoying and it is unprompted, it is unceasing. It's just it's dragging on and on. They're just blowing, they're kicking the dead horse. And apathy. Apathy is the direct opposite of sympathy. Apathy means intense intense displeasure and or hatred. You don't have any sort of feelings about it. In fact, you are quite the opposite. You have very intense negative feelings towards whatever you are apathetic towards. So if somebody is treating you with extreme hostility, extreme vitriol, extreme aggression, extreme venom, that is considered apathy. And when I say incessant apathy, I'm basically saying that shit persisted throughout the entire live stream. All 2 hours and 38 minutes. It was nothing but apathy. And the cold moments were the indifference. There was no positive emotion, there was no negative emotion. It was just in the middle, blase, shrug of the shoulders, nonchalant, just kind of whatever. I don't care. You're a fan, why should I care about your opinion? Those were the low moments of his personality. So the fact that there was nothing positive there was why I put yes to begin with. Number 28. They subject you to the silent treatment, and there's no good reason for it. They subject you to unpredictable periods of silence where they do not interact with you at all. It's as if you cease to exist, even if you're in an intimate relationship. It is harmful because it affects the same area of the brain that registers physical pain. The silent treatment allows them space to commit whatever treason they're engaging in behind your back while making you feel undesirable. It also helps them to evade any discussions about their unacceptable behavior. I put no for the sole reason of that motherfucker never stopped talking. He never actually shut the hell up. There was no silent treatment. We were praying that he would stop talking. The silent treatment would have been the good thing in this scenario. That's how much he talked. Just, I'm gonna take these off. It was not good, bro. It was so annoying because he never let anybody get a word in edgewise. But he was like, "Oh, can I talk now? I can talk now. Oh, can I finish? Don't cut me off. Let me finish." Like, that's all you've been doing. We have been letting you finish for 2 hours, and it's been sad and pathetic and measly. Not worth the buildup. Just a sad finish. That was what that is. That's what you are. A sad finish. I think all of my adults here know exactly what I'm talking about. You are just a sad, pathetic finish. God. I'm sorry. If you're under the age of old enough to pay a car loan payment, get out. Get out. This is not the stream for you. If you don't pay any telephone, utility, or mortgages, or health insurance, or nothing, then get out. It's as simple as that. Grown folks conversations, yo. He definitely got dropped a few times when Diego, you're going in on him, bro. For Lupe to survive teaching, he has to be teaching a bunch of soulless busters who've never been outside. Good God almighty. Yeah, he's just getting roasted. They are really flaming you. What? Oh my God, go drink some water. I'm surprised you didn't have a sore throat from yapping forever. Yeah, genuinely. That's what I was thinking. I was like, how does your throat not hurt from all of this yelling and talking and over explaining that you're doing? Like, he never shut the hell up. There was no silent treatment. That would have been a welcome reprieve from the bullshit that I had to endure. That's why I had to keep pausing it, because there was never a moment of silence. Not even a little bit. Ugh. Number 29. They show no empathy for you when you're suffering. These sadistic individuals are indifferent to your suffering. They lack empathy, and some even take pleasure in seeing you suffer. The most malignant of narcissists even drive their victims to suicide. It's very important that people understand that. That's the most extreme case. But in the basic core case, there is no empathy for others when they are displeased. When you are suffering, when you are in an emotional state of agony, when you are in a state of despair. No care. They don't care, not even a little bit. Typically the lack of empathy, they say the most malignant of narcissists, that typically quantifies under psychopathy, which is the anti-personality disorder, because they split it up into two categories. There's your sociopathy and your psychopathy, but it's psychopathic anti-personality disorder. So that's the full thing. It gets messy the deeper you go into it. Um, but yeah, I put yes for this one. Because of the sheer fact of he siphoned all positive energy from Koala and the chat. Thrived when Koala displayed visible contempt / irritation. And somehow had the energy to just keep going, even when the other side was very visibly exhausted and worn out. Like I said before, energy vampires. They sap all of the life and energy from you and the people around them while they continue to thrive. And they don't give a shit. It's entirely self-serving. They see you suffering and it's like, good. That means I look better by comparison. This is literally a description of Lupita. I love that you keep calling him Lupita. I'm so sick of you, Diego. Number 30. They abandon you in times of illness or when you need them, even though you've always been there for them. I put no. Well, I put non-applicable because no relationship to Koala. They are complete strangers to each other. Though I would put an asterisk, specifically because I think he said because he's got friends in the, like, I think him and Glasses, he said him and they're cool. And I think Justin said that he interviewed him a few times and he found him very pleasant. I don't know if I would go as far as to say they're friends, but I would say they're at least acquaintances. And he at least thought very highly of him until that Culture United live stream happened. So I'll say non-applicable with an asterisk. Reminded me too damn much of when I had 4-hour unwanted conversations with a narcissistic family member. Yeah, I did put a trigger warning at the beginning before I went into it, Blue. Because I know that a lot of these are gonna hit a little too close to home for people, especially for myself. Like, all of these, I have dealt with this in some way, shape, or form before. So that's why I put the trigger warning at the beginning, just because y'all are gonna hear some shit that may hit a little close to home. And I apologize for that. But this needs to be said because people need to understand why this behavior and these actions are so harmful. Number 31. They attempt to fast forward intimacy with you without getting to know you physically and emotionally. Whether it's sex or your deepest secrets, toxic people try to push you to divulge and disclose early on so they can take inventory of your weak spots and exploit you. I initially was going to say non-applicable, but then I kept reading after the first sentence. To which I realized, this is another yes. Numerous times, Lupe attempts to seek out Koala's vulnerabilities and personal life stories in order to attack slash degrade them and position himself as superior. Specifically, the little nugget of information he found out about why he left his rap battle career. That was his attempt to use something very close and personal to him as a weapon to demean and antagonize him. Number 32. They are the fair weather friend who's always there when things are great, but never when you need their support. I put non-applicable in this scenario as well because, again, Lupe is a complete stranger to Koala. They don't know each other. That was their first time ever meeting each other face to face. Quote unquote, face to face. Number 33. They piggyback on your success and take credit for your ideas. They feel like they don't have to work hard for what they want. They prefer to take it from others who've already done the work. I put non-applicable with an asterisk. And in that asterisk, hip-hop fans criticize Lupe for this behavior regarding Kendrick Lamar. Though in this specific scenario, the criteria is non-applicable. So yeah, people's common criticism of Lupe is that he's piggybacking off of Kendrick's success because he can't keep his name out of his mouth. Been piggybacking off of Kendrick Lamar's name for over 10 years now, and that's the most common criticism that I have seen from people who listen to Lupe on a casual level. So that's why I put non-applicable with that asterisk, because that is a sentiment that I have seen consistently from music listeners who have, who don't even really know Lupe as like an artist, who have only listened to Kicking and Pushing. Leeching off a Dot's name like a roach. That's why I'm like, get out, bro. Like, how did you get in here? Who let you through the window? Get out. We cannot exist like this. We cannot coexist in this environment. Get out. Number 34. They judge your life decisions. This is done in a way that is vicious, cruel, unhelpful, excessive, and unwarranted. I put a big fat yes. Because Lupe harshly judges Koala for his major life decision that impacted his career as a battle rapper. And he does it multiple times to further rub salt in the wound, or to attempt to rub salt in the wound and position himself as the bigger person. And I'm not even gonna lie, I forgot that Lupe was one of the names that Kendrick mentions in the Control verse. I forgot about that. Cause I was like thinking the only person that I remember who had some sort of problem with it, or the people, was Drake and Jay Electronica. I completely forgot that Lupe was not only mentioned in Control, but was one of the few people that had a problem with it. Oh. Dot didn't mention? I thought he did. The monster freestyle. That's what it was. It wasn't Control. Because I was like thinking, I was like, the only people I remember who actually had a problem were Drake and Jay Electronica. And there was a couple other people. But the most notable ones I remember who responded like, challenge accepted, were, Clips, Mac Miller at the time, God rest his soul. Gotcha. Okay, so it was the Monster Freestyle. I got my raps mixed up. My bad. I swore that I don't know if he mentioned him. I thought I saw that somewhere. It could have just been they got their information mixed up. But yeah, he has mentioned him in the past. And then I remember somebody was talking about they did an interview, or Dot did an interview where he was asked about Lupe, like how he thought of him as a person. And there was no comment. I think that was literally like in this stream. I think Sarah, you said that, if I remember correctly. He brought Lupe out for a concert in 2012. They seemed okay with each other, so the Monster Freestyle in the 2010 live stream was not what Pitt. Oh yeah, no, not by a long shot. No, this was a slow burn. This was 100% a slow burn. I think Dot winning the Pulitzer Prize did not help that situation at all. That did not help because Lupe's literally teaching. He has a teaching position at MIT, one of the most prestigious universities ever. And he does not have a Pulitzer Prize. Even though he's a lyricist. But Kendrick does. And I know people will have been making that comparison forever. They've been like, oh, Dot has a Pulitzer Prize and you don't, and you teach at MIT. Like, I'll say it. They're not all of the fans, but it was some of the fans that kind of added fuel to that fire. That kind of like rubbed the salt in the wound, per se. And I'm also holding Lupe accountable because you can take that level of criticism. People are gonna have their opinions about you if you're famous. It's what you do in spite of that criticism that ultimately determines who you are as a person. I'll say that. Because it's not like Dot was exempt from the same criticisms. He's had people constantly comparing him. Hell, he still has people attacking his credibility as a rapper and constantly comparing him to other rappers and being like, "Oh, Kendrick's overrated and his lyrics ain't even that shit. His lyrics ain't even that deep. It's just people overanalyzing it. They're just taking it way too seriously. Man." But do you see Kendrick Lamar hopping from live stream to live stream, invading people's lives and trying to, fight for his good name, trying to defend his honor as a rapper and as a lyricist? Do you see Kendrick doing that corny, goofy ass shit? No. No, he is not. He is doing his job and making money. He is making money moves, which is what Lupe should be doing, instead of being on the internet worried about what people think about him. Go make your money, dog. Go be a superstar. Go to your tours, all that shit that you've been bragging about. Go to your fucking tours. Wonder if Kendrick doesn't want to comment, because maybe I heard Lupe was supporting Drake. Good Kid, Mad City, To Pimp a Butterfly, damn. Yeah, 3 bangers back to back. And then even though people wasn't really feeling Mr. Morale is now up there as like a cult classic. Again, it aged like fine wine. Like it's like it started off kind of like meh, and then over time once people gained more insight and knowledge, they looked back on it and they realized just how powerful and poignant that album really is. And so it made people appreciate it more because they're no longer taking it for granted, because they see it with new lenses now. And and that album has remained exactly the same. It's just people have a deeper appreciation for it now that we've seen everything that we've seen. Timeless albums. Even his older shit, timeless. Section 80. Ugh. Where do I even begin? Mm-hmm. Took a little to get to it, but it's a classic. Literally. It has aged into a classic once again. And then GNX just was like the fucking nuke. Classic. Classic, classic, classic. Platinum. I'm telling you, there is not a hip hop listener on this fucking earth right now where if you said bump GNX, they wouldn't immediately be like, what, ill, no, what the fuck? They would be like, yeah, fuck yeah, turn his TV off. And then they put that shit in there. Nobody in their goddamn right mind would sit there and criticize you for saying, hey, yo, play that GNX in the whip. Who? Who in 2026 is saying ill GNX? Other than Drake fans, they don't count. Or the Drake stands, I'll say. They don't count. They don't have a functioning brainstem. We don't count them. Literally, every rapper started making albums about going to therapy after Mr. Morale. No skips. Not a single skip on that album. All of them. Fire. Quotables all up in the shit. It used to be fuck that nigga, but now it's plural. Fuck everybody. Who put the West back in front of shit? Tell him Kendrick did it. Just come on now. Therapy ain't gangster. Therapy is gangster. Therapy is the most gangster thing you can do. Therapy taught me how to open up. It also taught me I don't give a fuck. Come on now. I'll say Food and Liquor is good. Food and Liquor is a good album. Um, I listened to it from. It wasn't. I'll say it doesn't have non-skippables. There are definitely a couple skips in there, but again, the joint that he did with Jill Scott is my personal favorite out of that whole album. Just I don't know, it's just something about it. That commenter or troll, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what they are. Whoever's like, oh, therapy's for pussies. You sound like that dude from the Key and Peele sketch. Nah, man, therapy's for pussies. I'm a real man. I don't do that shit. Learning about my feelings, that shit's for pussies. That's what y'all sound like. And then you wonder why you wake up and you're just miserable. And every day you feel like you're inching closer and closer to jumping into the endless void. But then you're like, oh, therapy ain't gangster. Y'all can keep on pushing that narrative if you want to. And then just and wonder why y'all are just dropping like flies. They were. The whole reason that hip hop exists is because hip hop is therapy. That is how rappers work through their emotions. That is how artists work through complex emotions. Lyricism, music, creating music, writing songs, writing rap. That's how we coped with growing up in such harsh conditions. It was the music. We survived outside all from the music. That's exactly what he meant. The music and the lyricism and the raps. Hip hop has been, music has been black people's therapy ever since we were in bondage. It has always been our therapy because it taught us to have hope. It taught us to love one another in spite of our circumstances. It taught us to keep pressing forward to see the promised land. Thank God Almighty, we're free at last. Come on now, keep your eyes on the prize. That's therapy. That is literal therapy. It's teaching you You don't have to feel ashamed of who you are and where you come from. You have a voice. You have a voice, and it deserves to be heard. That's what black music grew up on. People sharing their experiences with others. That's why Dot, I explained this in one of my videos. That's why Dot didn't like the fact that Drake had a ghostwriter. Because when you're a rapper, you're writing about your personal experiences. You're writing about, your success, your struggles, your emotions, your feelings, the things that you do, how you got here, your journey. That is your therapy. But sometimes it ain't enough. Sometimes you have to go to actual therapy and like talk to somebody because niggas is out here depressed. And therapy it does wonders. It does. Finding the right person who knows and has been through what you've been through and can give you the proper help and guidance is the most important thing you could ever do for yourself. Because that's how we break generational trauma, is through one, acknowledging acknowledging that our demons exist, battling those demons, and being able to brush ourselves off, get up, and keep going, and be confident in yourself, stuff like that. Well, that's all that rapping is. It's just poetry put to music and just said a little more. It's slam poetry. I think it was Can It All Be Simple, where a member discussed suffering from depression. Exactly. Even Biggie and Tupac rapped about being depressed. These niggas is out here depressed. Even Future is about to put out an album talking about how he is depressed. Think about that. Future is about to put out his version of Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers, aptly titled The Real Me. I'll say this. Don't ever, rappers out there, especially black men, don't ever let people try and belittle you as a man or try to emasculate you just because you're getting in touch with your inner emotions, that you're working through complex emotions on a physical medium, that you're making music that are for people out there where it's like even the hardest niggas go through some shit. Just because you're hard on the outside, it doesn't mean that you're soft. It just because you have complex emotions you need to work through doesn't make you soft. It makes you human. It makes you human. Because that's what being human is all about. Having these thoughts and these feelings and knowing how to work through them in order to better yourself and better your life. And black people have mastered that. That's why you can't replicate black music, because it comes from actual suffering. Music was the therapy for the literal suffering. And that's something that white people can't, and Koreans, they can't replicate it. Because they don't know. They don't know what we went through. They're not tapped in to that wealth of knowledge. Even people that grew up in the grimiest hoods, even the Eminems, will never truly understand what our people went through and the effect that it's had and why we make the music that we make. All cultures are unique. Yep, they are. There's something about black music that really taps into some real pain. It's just a deep well of darkness that we have mastered, and we can wield that in our music to such a degree to where it's captivating, it's mesmerizing. People from all walks of life hear our music and they're tapped in. They're immediately like, I'm drawn to this. I can't stop listening. What is it about this music that makes it so good? And the root of that, gospel. Old school black gospel. That is the root, the mother, the grandmother of all music that exists today. All black music comes from gospel. All of it. Sure did. Sinners, The Color Purple. It was the music that got us through, and it's evolved into so many different things. But at its root core, it was still us having to pick ourselves up off the ground and uplift ourselves. The You song still gives me chills. I haven't listened to it yet. I'm gonna definitely do a reaction, and I'm gonna break it down. People have been recommending it heavily, and I haven't listened to it just yet because I want to get that experience on camera for you guys. But you genuinely, whenever I hear people talking about like Kendrick's darkest songs, at least before Meet the Grams was a thing, they always go to You, like just that song in particular. So I'm gonna definitely go and listen to that. I might just listen to the whole album, just because I like going on journeys when I listen to music. It's not just it's not a casual thing for me. It's more like I want to actually smoke, lay back, and really experience the song, and I try to vocalize the emotions as much as I can, you know, because music hits a lot deeper for me. I've gone into detail before, but for the real ones, the Rough Riders know that music, it courses through my veins with every beat. It's just notes, quarter notes, half notes, whole notes, dotted quarter notes, dotted eighth notes, syncopation here and there. It's just that it just bleeds. I bleed music. And it's very hard to try and quantify that into words because it's there's nothing logical. Like I said, it's nothing logical about it. It's very abstract when you start dealing with emotions. So that's about as much as I can vocally put into words, but it's so much deeper than that. God is Gangster short film. Everybody needs to respect each other's cultures and history. Exactly. Sure do. And like we all do. Like if you notice, the cookouts have every other nationality, race there except for like mainly white people. Cause y'all seem to be the only people that just can't respect other people's cultures and leave well enough the fuck alone. Like the whole reason that we have all of our music is, I'll give credit where credit's due. South America, all of South America, specifically people in Peru, influenced food, music, art, just all over the world. South Americans and the Native Americans and the black folk, we've been the gods of culture pretty much throughout the whole world. We have influenced culture in some way, shape, or form miles and miles across the oceans. especially in Asian cultures. Whether it's the food, like I said, food, music, art, fashion, because we respect each other's cultures and we want to share that culture with everybody else. It's that, desire to be like, this is great. I want to share this with you because I think you would really like this. And that's how we connect. It's a beautiful thing when different cultures embrace each other. That shit is beautiful. You can't replicate that. It's just that it's literal euphoria. How much a dollar costs? That is, I have heard that song. That song hits me on a deeper level. I love the fuck out of that song. I can't praise it enough. Just the production, the instrumentation, the lyricism, the storytelling, the foreshadowing, like the way it rewards you when you listen to it second, third, fourth time, the clues that it seeds in between. The only other song I can equate listening to that to was Reincarnated and Gloria. It's on those levels. That I equate those two. I would put those in the same category, like up at the top where it belongs. Reincarnated and How Much a Dollar Cost are right up there, right next to each other. But yeah, I think Reincarnated might just be like my favorite Kendrick song of all time. How Much a Dollar Cost is a close second. Just because I love jazz. I love jazz so much. And I love when musical compositions reach deep into that old school, that slow, dreary, jazzy vibe because it's just so, again, jazz, another thing, another black achievement, another South American achievement. We really like came and fused that shit together. That's a gorgeous marriage of cultures right there. The South American jazz and the North American black jazz, when they just came together and just, oh my god. Your most famous trumpet players, saxophone players, pianists, you've got flute players in there, clarinet players. It gets weird. It gets really weird. But it's a gorgeous fusion of music. Hey, Nunu. Hey, sis. Good to see you. We've been having a very good discussion. I like this. This has been very beneficial for everybody. This has been a really nice discussion. Just talking about one, it's kind of bounced from mental health, and now we're into like music and its impact on people, which is like I love talking about music because music brings people together, and it's a gorgeous thing when that happens. It's like sparks. That's the quickest way to connect with somebody. Is like, oh, what kind of music do you listen to? And it's like, oh, I like listening to this. And then it's like, oh, I can recommend you some bands that fit in that category. And it's just instant connection. Just bam. You, random stranger, now best friends for like the next 2 minutes. Oh, and yes, Lupe did come by. Lupe did show his super chat. I guess he super chatted me $20. And and it said pay it forward. So subscribe to New Nation, y'all. That's my sister till I die, bro. That's the ride or die right there. That is, the shovel is in the car. The bags are in the trunk. Where, what, when, where, why, how. That is my A1 day one ride till the motherfucking wheels fall off. No, she's getting attacked by like other content creators from what I heard. Yeah, like it's other creators that are going after her. And I'll still say what I say. Like, I'm sorry, assholes. People who deliberately go after other people's channels because what? You just don't like them or something? Like, then just unsubscribe. Go somewhere else. Like, y'all don't, it's just unnecessary messiness, unnecessary drama for the sake of unnecessary drama. It's like, I don't understand how people can think that way. I did see that you were live, and I felt bad because it's like right after you went live, I put my schedule out, and I was like, shit, fuck. Like, I don't want to take people from her live or anything, but like, because I know you've got your audience and everything, and I know there's a couple people that watch both live streams. That's why I felt bad. I was like, fuck. But I had to do it. I promised that I would go live tonight, and I promised that I would read this Negro to hell and back. And I am going to fulfill that promise. God damn it. If it's the last thing I do. But I'm trying to think, where were we on? We were on 35. They rarely provide emotional validation. Every word out of their mouth tends to pick at your emotions. They question why you're feeling the way you are, rather than accepting it and creating space for it. By invalidating and pathologizing your emotions, they ensure that you never learn to listen to your inner guidance. I put yes. No. Sorry, I put no, actually. And the reason for that was that he was just too focused on his own emotions to care about the other. There was no emotional validation, like none at all. This one at least insinuates that they would at least try to provide emotional validation to give off the illusion that they care. They will do that. But in this specific case, there was none of that. So no. Number 36. They cry crocodile tears when they need something or as faux remorse. Otherwise, they're rarely emotional. In fact, most of the time, you can't even sense fear, anxiety, or empathy from them. I put no with an asterisk. Shows zero remorse for his actions. Not even false. And the only crocodile tears, we'll use quote unquote crocodile tears, was the sob story that he went on about how his industry screwed him. But it wasn't, to get remorse. It wasn't as he wasn't trying to act like he was remorseful for his actions. He was literally just trying to garner sympathy, and then continued being an asshole throughout the sob story. So there was no remorse, not even fake. Number 37. They hoover you after mistreating you. Like a Hoover vacuum, they suck you back into their toxic vortex even after the ending of the relationship, friendship, or partnership. They do so by contacting you out of the blue just when you're finally moving on, or once they get what they want from you, they leave and you may not hear from them for quite some time. At least, not until they need you for something else, in which case they tend to come crawling back. I said no again, and I said see the above for 36. Again, showing zero remorse for actions, not even false. Number 38. They use you for your resources, but are stingy with their own. Money, shelter, sex, social networks, they want access to all of yours. However, when it comes to their own resources and connections, they tend to be a lot more reserved. I said yes with an asterisk. Lupe prodded Koala for his personal information about his career. He was eventually given said personal story, outright refused to provide the same in return, even as a pseudo apology for cruelty. So yeah, no, he was just all digging in his backyard, but did not want to provide the same in return. Particularly the Eminem story. I remembered that because it was brought up multiple times. Hell, you better leave Diego alone. L, leave my Rough Riders alone, bro. Like we call Rough Riders for a reason. Like there is no, we don't beat around the bush or fucking glaze and suck on fucking suck niggas dick from the back. No, there's none of that. We keep it a buck 50. We calling a spade a spade. We're using the eyes that God gave us. And I really wish that people would start doing that again. Please, y'all. Please get back to using your eyes. Your eyes are not deceiving you. Neither is your intuition. Listen to your gut. If your gut is telling you that something is wrong, and your eyes are showing you that something is wrong, listen to yourself. Don't let these people gaslight you. Hey, beautiful. Oh, welcome, Wayne. Good to see you. I've been at it for a while now. We are on our, I think we're almost done. We're getting pretty close. Yeah, we're on what? 38, 39. We're all, the lights at the end of the tunnel is here. But good to see you, Wayne. That's a A1 Day 1 Rough Rider right there. That's my bro right there. 39. They withhold acknowledgement and appreciation. You could bend over backwards fulfilling each and every one of their secrets and still not feel appreciated by them. They don't appreciate what you do for them, but they keep you around to keep tapping into whatever it is you're providing. I said no. Specifically because of number 4. And I go back to number 4, which was number 4 was they frequently play devil's advocate. And I said no because it was the first time he met Koala face to face. So there was no, actually no, because withhold acknowledgement and appreciation. One could argue that would probably be a yes, but I don't feel like you doing like a, because then people will be like, oh, well, that's confirmation bias. From what I saw, my initial answer was no. Yes, that was the Eminem story. Thank you, Miss Ashley. He did say it, and then he kept trying to use it as leverage to kind of get one up over Koala, just to kind of hold it over his head, to be like, "Oh, you're not deserving of hearing this story. You have to earn that story." Like he's literally trying to make you work for it for some unreasonable standard. Okay, yeah, no. Then that changes my answer to yes. That change, literally just explaining that, my brain was like, no, that's exactly what that is. That's a big yes. We're gonna scratch that off. Thank you, Miss Ashley. And that is a yes. Specifically because of the fact that he was withholding that information and holding it over his head and basically trying to make him work for it to appease him so that he would tell the story. Okay, yeah, no, that's a yes. I did hear that Lupe has just been not on a good. He's got bars. There's no question about that. He's got bars. I'm not saying he doesn't have bars. I'm just saying that he's a shitty human being. His bars are great, undeniably great. Like he's got the skill, he's got the intellect. He just doesn't have the charisma. He has negative charisma. And unfortunately, to be successful in any field, you need to have charisma. You need to know how to connect and build relationships with people. And if you can't connect with people on the basic emotional level, you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail every time because people just won't like you. They won't. Like, just you have to at least pretend that you give a shit about your fans. That boy got zero riz. Thank you, Wayne. Thank you. Negative riz. His spirit is corrupt, so no more wisdom from God for Lupe. Thank you. Like, we're not talking about his skill. When it comes to his skill, I will gladly give him his flowers. On a logical, technical, lyrical level, he is damn near unmatched. I could name a couple rappers that are a little better than him in terms of technicals, but he is at the top. He is top tier when it comes to lyricism. Unfortunately, he is F tier when it comes to having a likable personality, and that is what we are analyzing today. Number 40. They are conversational narcissists, constantly talking about themselves and rarely asking how you're doing. When you finally try to get a word in, suddenly they're cold and unresponsive, or they turn the conversation back to themselves. I put a big fat yes, specifically because of number 28, where I put Lupe never stopped talking about himself. And when he did stop talking, he never let Koala get a word in edgewise. It was typically just because he never listened to give it like a response as one would in a conversation. He was listening to rebuttal and butt in and try and yes and try and be like, actually, that's what he was doing. And it was very annoying and very obnoxious. So that is why that is a big fat yes. Number 41. They gossip about people, engage in relational aggression. They enjoy pitting people against one another. They like spreading rumors. They thrive off of excluding people and socially ostracizing those they feel threaten their power or invoke their envy. I put no in this scenario because in this particular case study, that behavior was not displayed, at least not actively to my knowledge. I don't know how they are outside of that, but I did not see that behavior personally, so that is a no. 42. They recruit allies, or that's crazy because somebody said this. They recruit allies or flying monkeys to enable their behavior and carry out some of their dirty work for them. They wouldn't want to get caught, so they keep their hands clean and allow their harem members to support them instead. I initially had no for that one. And then I found out about L. Is this another revision, y'all? Is this another yes? And I initially put no on the grounds of is too egotistical to have others do their dirty work for them, because he would have the mindset of if you want something done right, do it yourself. But with the new information that has surfaced, I see now that that is no longer the case. That is another revision and another yes on the board. Number 43. They spread misinformation about you and spread smear campaigns to undercut your credibility. This way, if you ever speak out about their behavior, fewer people would believe you. I put no on the grounds of one, everybody could see through his behavior. He was fooling literally nobody. And from number 32. Again, he is a complete stranger to Koala. He does not know people that he knows personally, so he would have no foundation to even spread rumors about them because he doesn't know his friends or his allies. But he knows now. because everybody has allied behind Koala on this because fuck you, dude. It's as simple as that. Uh, Fuck you. You're an asshole. Nobody, and if it's one thing that people will unite on the internet for, it's against entitled bullies. The internet does not like bullies. And then the only people that don't have a problem with bullies on the internet are the bullies. But if it's one thing that unites a people, it's spite. It is spite and a good cause. That's why people are so against you right now, Lupe. It's not because they have a problem. It's not because of some pre-existing problem that they've had with you. It's because you went on the internet acting like an entitled jerk and expected sympathy because of it. No, that's not how things work around here in the real world, buddy. You don't get sympathy for being an entitled crybaby. You don't. Being a narcissistic shithead and treating people as inferior to you. That's white man tactic. That is white man mentality. Stop doing that. That is not okay. That is what we call colonizer behavior. Cut that shit out. Cause you're black, bro. You're black. We don't stoop to that level. There are just some boundaries that we do not cross. And you've just crossed every single one of them. Koala said I'm closer. That's actually incorrect. Koala said he's closer to Lupe than he is to Kendrick. And that was in terms of proximity. He was speaking in terms of proximity. He was like, I am closer to you in proximity than I am to Kendrick Lamar because of the sheer fact that you are here in my live right now. Talking to me face to face. You can't get Kendrick in a live stream. Hell, you could barely get him for an interview half the time. Not anymore. So in terms of proximity, in 6 degrees of Kendrick Lamar, Koala is closer to Lupe Fiasco than he is to Kendrick. That was what was said. Fantastic Hip Hop also twisted the 100 rappers phrase and tried to put it in Koala's mouth. Yeah, there's just a lot of like misinformation. I unfortunately had the displeasure of sitting through all 2.5 hours of that conversation, and I took notes. I wouldn't even wish that on my worst enemy. No, I need this. I need this. I like having this interference here because it keeps me grounded, and it keeps me, it gives me a challenge to actually put my morals and my beliefs to the test. You know, having an opposing opinion or having somebody who doesn't agree with me. You know, this is healthy. This is what debating is all about. Somebody has a different opinion than you, and rather than shame them or belittle them because of said opinion, you bring your facts to the table that would otherwise refute what they have to say. We are literally fighting logic with logic. That's why when I read it, I didn't get angry. I was like, that's incorrect. This is what he actually said. And then I proceeded to explain it because I had to sit there and listen to it. And it's not just that, he said it multiple times too. So it was practically drilled into my subconscious at that point. And I also go back and I watch my videos from time to time just to listen for one, audio, just to make sure everything sounds okay from a consumer perspective, and two, to refresh myself on the topic matter and the subject matter. So yeah, I listened to my entire live stream again after I recorded it while I was away at my dad's for the weekend. You know, I listened to it like a podcast. So I refresh myself on everything that I had to listen to, because sometimes I forget things when I'm like watching it live. It slips under the radar, and then I'll pick up on things later on the second rewatch, and I'm just like, "Oh shit, I didn't notice that before." Or, "Oh shit, wow, okay, yeah, no. I see now why I hated this." I listened to it sober too, where I'm like, "Yeah, no, I wasn't just high and irritable. No, this is just not okay behavior." And then I even get second, third, fourth, and fifth opinions on it to fact check it for me, to make sure that my reality, because sometimes I don't trust my own intuition. And so like that's why I have a support system. And that's why therapy is important, you guys. Again, that's why therapy is important. But we are on number 44. They covertly and overtly insult you. This includes harsh remarks disguised as jokes, backhanded compliments, and needless comparisons that diminish you. Victims of toxic people tend to struggle with self doubt and ruminations over these insults, and it's no wonder why. These insults become ingrained in your psyche and lead to self sabotage. It's a big old fat yes. For my examples, I said see number 1, number 6, number 13, number 14, number 23, and number 34, which all talk about the times where he insulted Koala to his face multiple times and called this man out of his name unprovoked multiple times. I'm sorry, if you call me a fuck nigga one time, you're getting your shit rocked. Like I'm punching you in the mouth. There are teeth coming out the first time, but he said it again. And then he said it one more time to reaffirm the disrespect. He was like, "I'm talking to you. I am calling you, a black man calling another black man a fuck nigga." And I heard that he slipped up the first time and called him the hard ER, but then changed it the second time to the A. That could just be speculation. I might go back and listen to it later, but I don't want to put myself through that, because I'm telling you, if I hear that, I don't want to do it. Thank you. I would have cussed Lupe's ass out. Any black man, he may as well have called him boy. He may as well have just that we're stooping to that level. Yeah. We're stooping to Jim Crow levels. He may as well have called him boy. A grown ass man calling another grown ass man boy. And to be nothing other than demeaning and dehumanizing. Like there is a code in the black community, is that when you call somebody a fuck nigga, that is damn near the highest form of disrespect. It's up there. It's about as close to calling somebody the hard ER as you can get without outright saying it. And he said it 3 times back to back with the exact same energy. He felt that. He believed every single ounce of that in his heart of hearts. Made a song called "Don't Call Women Bitches," and then oh yeah, I didn't know he made a whole song about that, because that's irony at its finest, actually. Then that's actually fucking hilarious. You make a whole song chastising men for calling women bitches, but then the first woman that pisses you off, that you don't agree with them, you ironically call them a bitch very loud vocally, and then you repeat it. He was disrespectful to Absa. I'm Diego's ripping him a new one. Man, ever since he popped in here, Diego has just been letting him have it, bro. He's just like, nah, it's open season, bro. We're emptying the clip, and then we're getting a new clip, putting it in there, and we're emptying that bitch too. Just he seems red pilled. His elitism makes me think MAGA because he complimented the orange bum before. Oh my god. Ew. Ew, really? We're complimenting Orange Man? The fucking okay. I mean, to each their own. I mean, if it tastes good down there, it tastes good. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna call you out for it for whatever freakiness that you partake in. But I mean, I hope it feels good. I hope it's worth it. Yeah, I hope them white people calling you the N-word behind your back is worth it, my brother. Cause you just out here tap dancing it up. All these black people that side with MAGA, bro. I hope you guys are happy. You know, I hope the money is worth it. Having that diamond studded collar around your neck. I will ironically have a diamond studded choker around my neck, but that's a different thing. There is no leash attached. Unlike you guys. Yeah, that's just, there is no leash attached to mine. It's a goth thing. Yeah, I'll have diamond studs and spikes and fucking chains and shit, and it's gonna look badass. Y'all don't respect rap. I don't care. We don't respect the people because of the decisions that they're making. Nicki Minaj has lost my respect because there's the obvious one with her brother, there's the other obvious one with her husband, and then there's the other obvious one with her canoodling with Donald Trump. After everything that's happened to this country because of Donald Trump. Just pointing that out there, just throwing it out there. We're about to enter World War III because of some shit that nobody asked for a dude who is plastered all over the Epstein files, and the bitch with a sex offender husband and a sex offender brother is canoodling with the sex offender president who has already been exposed for being in a file with a sex trafficker. Best friends with a sex trafficker. I don't know. If y'all can keep not using your eyes and the brains that God gave you, and that's okay. That's all right. That's fine. But pretty soon you're gonna have to start calling a spade a spade. You're gonna have to take them fucking rose tinted goggles off, and you are gonna have to unplug from the matrix and embrace the reality of the situation. Is that we are not in good spots right now, and it is Donald Trump's fault. It's so bad to where like Iran, the people that hasn't bothered us for a good while, is like, yeah, no, we're gonna kill him. We're gonna kill him. And there's nothing you can do about it. And we are so done with this fucking country, with this leadership, that we are all collectively sighing and being like, take him. Please. For the love of God, we don't want him anymore. Even people who voted red, even white people who voted for Donald Trump way back in fucking, what was that, 2024? Even they're sick of him. They're like, please take him. We don't want him anymore. He literally went back on all of the promises that he put out there. He is fucking everybody over right now. The cost of living is damn near impossible without working 80 hours a week. We can't afford shit. Basic necessities like water and electricity and a roof over our heads and food are becoming the price of a small loan payment on a car. That's not a good thing. This country is destroying itself, and then people want to be like, oh, you don't respect rappers because they associate themselves with Donald Trump. Yeah, because that's what they're supporting. They don't care about us. They only care about them and their own money. It's just rich people being there for other rich people and having no morals, because all they care about is protecting their money. That's why I don't like the establishment, the 1%. It's fuck the 1%. All these rich assholes, I don't like you. I have always been anti-establishment. I am for the people. And when I say the people, I mean the people like us, the middle class, even the upper middle class in some cases, but people who had to struggle. The people that have to bear the weight of all these fucking taxes and all this fucking abuse and bear the weight of them literally going to war against a whole other fucking country. We suffer for it, not them. So yes, it's fuck the establishment. And they're gonna keep trying to distract everybody by putting all this bullshit out there in an attempt to get the heat off of them. They're the problem. Establishments are cancers to society. Thank you. The lower class are being paid by the upper class to start shit in order to distract everybody, the lower and the middle class. Because only 1% of the entire world holds the nation's wealth, holds the world's wealth. 1% of the population holds all of the world's wealth. That's so stupid. It's dumb. It is. And then we're all left to fight for their entertainment. Constantly being pit against each other. All this gang violence and shit. All this racism. All these race wars and these music wars and shit. It's just a distraction. Because they want to keep the heat off of them. Because by manipulating the masses, they secure their pockets. Because if they're too busy fighting themselves, they're never going to turn and see the real enemy who was standing right in front of them the whole time. It's a fucking distraction tactic. Literally. And that's why spreading information like this matters. Is because people deserve to know when they are being distracted. And Lupe Fiasco is a distraction. He is a distraction, but it's also a huge eye-opener, and it should be interpreted as such. This should be a huge awakening for not just people in the music community, but people in the hip-hop community. You know, people in the black community, people who have gone through abuse. This is an eye-opener. This should be an eye-opener for all of these people who have seen behavior exactly like this and never gave it a second thought because they were gaslit into thinking that they were just being, you know, they were just overthinking it or they were just being unreasonable. No. It's time to call you niggas out. People who act like this, it's time to call you niggas out. You're being put on trial today. And right now it's not looking too good. Not looking too good at all. We are on number 45. They withhold affection for no apparent reason. Most people withdraw from being affectionate due to some sort of conflict. Toxic people do it so they can play puppeteer to your emotions. I had no with an asterisk. He was cold and apathetic the entire live stream. You could tell he genuinely did not like Koala, which was ultimately the fuel for his vitriol. even in situations where there were no hard feelings, there was still nothing outside of anger, indifference, apathy, disrespect. There were no positive emotions that I can even be like, well, I mean, at least he, gave him the respect to say this or do this. No, there was no respect. Nothing positive about that, ever. Not at all. Number 46. They use sex to degrade, objectify, and control you, rather than as a way to connect with you. Sex is a power play to them, another instrument to feed their grandiose fantasies. I put yes, with an asterisk, particularly because of one instance that happened multiple times, where, y'all know the one I'm about to talk about, where Lupe uses the adjective sexy to describe koalas and a couple other people, to describe their voice and their behavior. And I was told that he admitted to using this as a way to throw people off of their game, to discombobulate even. And I even put here, repeatedly use the adjective sexy as a discombobulation tactic / weapon against preconceived sexual insecurity in koala. That only happens if they believe you have some insecurities about your sexualities, and that is an attempt to attack those insecurities and make you as uncomfortable as possible. That is also a deflection tactic to get the conversation off of them, to get the heat off of them. So yeah, I put yes, because that's weird. That's weird, bro. There's really no other way to say that you're weird. That's really weird. Yeah. And he only did this with men. He only did this with men. That he never did that with women. He only ever did it with men. And I'm like, that stop referring to men's voices and men's attitudes as sexy. That's not the insult that you think it is. Only to find out that he was just using it to throw them off their game. So, number 47. They stonewall you and shut down conversations before they've even had the chance to begin. That way, you never get to have a voice in the relationship. Your desires or basic needs never even enter the picture. I put yes for this one. In this specific interaction, Lupe shut down the Kendrick conversation before it could even start. Also, he overpowered the conversation with Koala to either make it about himself or Koala's own shortcomings as a way to demean / insult him. So that is a big fat yes. Number 48. They idealize you, putting you on a pedestal, only to devalue the same qualities they once praised. Throwing you off the pedestal has the effect of making you work hard to get back on it. Meanwhile, they sit back, relax, and enjoy the show of making you pine for their approval. I put no. I'll give you my reason. Because Lupe never valued Koala to begin with. He never gave any sort of compliments, or even gave the illusion of putting him on a pedestal to knock him off of. Never even gave the illusion that he cared enough to put him on a pedestal, to idealize him. You could attribute it to his views about Kendrick if you want to go there, but I'm mainly focusing on what I saw with my own eyes during that live stream and the company man's live stream after that. So if you want to apply that to his views on Kendrick, you can. But from what I saw physically, it's a no for me. Number 49. They discard you once they're done with you and quickly move on to another replacement, triangulating you with others to make you feel unworthy and to compel you to compete for their attention. I said non-applicable here, and I put for my notes C number 30, which was, again, no prior relationship to Koala. They are, in fact, complete strangers. And finally, number 50. They constantly shift the goalposts, so what you do or who you are is perceived to never be enough. That is a yes, once again. And I put for reference number 23, which was right. That even though Koala did his best to follow instructions from Lupe, Lupe still berated / chastised / demeaned Koala for his quote-unquote shortcomings, and the only quote-unquote compliment given was severely backhanded and used to build a point made to further deconstruct his character. So in this scenario, I also added, for number 50, he never addresses the reason for his ire, which was criticism of his work. That was why he was angry to begin with. That was what ultimately brought him to that live stream, was because Koala was critical of his work and vocally devalued the concept / messaging behind his most famous song, Kick Push, as a way to come out on top of his quote-unquote haters. With our new information here, we have been taken from what was initially a 34 out of 50 to a whopping 36 out of 50. Which, 34, that was 68, so I gotta do some basic math. 36, 50, 60, 70? Oops. 72. 72%. That is the percentile that he is scored. And that's just on the checklist. That's not the actual DSM-5 criteria. That is on the expanded checklist. Credit to Shahida Arabi from her book Power, Surviving and Thriving After Narcissistic Abuse. That is where this source comes from. And according to the DSM-5 criteria for narcissistic personality disorder, Lupe Fiasco displays the following: a grandiose sense of self-importance, a preoccupation with fantasies of success, power, beauty, or perfect love, a belief that they are special and can only be understood by other special people, a constant need for excessive admiration, a sense of entitlement, which may include an unreasonable expectation to be treated favorably or for others to comply with their demands and expectations, behavior that is exploitative and takes advantage of others to achieve their own ends, a lack of empathy or an unwillingness to identify with the needs of others, a tendency to be envious of others or a belief that others are envious of them, and finally, arrogance, haughty behaviors, and attitudes. You can say it's bullshit all you want, but according to the DSM-5 TR, Lupe Fiasco, you are a narcissist. Clinical narcissist. Based off of the behavior that you've displayed in only a short amount of time. It's not even about Kendrick anymore, bro. You seriously have some deep rooted insecurities that you need to address and work through, because it is deteriorating your career, your public perception, and your rapport with your fan base. You are spiraling, buddy, and you need to seek psychiatric help post haste. You are a dangerous person to be around. And anybody who is romantically involved with you or is thinking about being romantically involved with you, please take heed and be wary of people who act like Lupe Fiasco. Kendrick versus Drake. Literally. We had a whole lot of beefs after the Kendrick and Drake beef. And even before. Because people are they're so concerned with the Kendrick and Drake beef, but nobody remembers the Quavo and Chris Brown beef that happened right before. That shit that happened. And then we had the Screwface and Knox Hill beef that happened right after that. And then we had the Joey Badass and the Ray Vaughn. And then we had it was what's his face? Joyner Lucas and Skepta. We had that beef. And then Homeboy came in and basically finished it. Fucking, I can't even remember the guy's name. The British guy. Oh my god. We had so many different battles that have taken place. Little mini battles here and there. And because we even had the women throwing shots at each other. We had Cardi taking shots at we had the Glorilla versus Young Thug that happened, where Glorilla put out her diss track on Young Thug, basically roasting this nigga to hell and back over the looking boy. This has been a good time for hip hop. Hip hop has evolved. I've always said it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. Oh yeah, screw beefing with fucking shiz. With Pokemon rappers. That's right. There's been a lot of beefs. A lot of beefs. Hell, the Cardi B and Nicki Minaj situation that happened. That came out. Let me go switch to this screen. And then Remy came back and just like put out her diss track on Clarissa and fucking Foxy Brown. Like, she's just been out here killing the game. And then the T.I. versus 50, which then turned into Domani versus 50. Like, sorry, Dormammu. That's my name for him. I know his name is Domani, but that nigga is Dormammu. I'm sorry, he's scary. You're scary. You're like Kendrick. You're scary. You're one of the quiet ones that I did my best to make friends with, because I knew that the quiet ones are not to be trifled with. You leave them in the corner where they are. Don't touch them. If anything, protect them. Everybody's been squabbling up. Everybody. And out of the ashes rose the owl. More like the owl became the ashes. He got roasted like a Thanksgiving turkey. And then put out 3 albums of booty water. I want Remy to battle somebody, because she's got her own rap battle league. I want Remy to battle somebody I want to see that. Damn it. I want some bars from our female rappers, okay? I want some heavy hitting, disrespectful ass shit. I want to see, for the spirit of competition. And even the battle rap niggas have been going at it. Have you been seeing these? The fucking Rum Nitties, the J Mills, the Hitman Hollas, the fucking Loaded Lux and Murder Mook making diss tracks again? Are you serious? This is a beautiful time for hip hop. I'm sorry, that J Mills joint, that Rum Nitty shit is hilarious. Motherfucker trolled him for working at Walmart. I highly recommend it. I think it's called Aisle 6. Please go and listen to it. That hook it'll get stuck in right here. Like, the battle rappers are flourishing. We are entering a platinum age of black music. The infiltrators they're being gassed out. All of the fakes, the phonies, the pretenders. They're being chased out of the cookout because we found raisins in the potato salad. They try to sneak it in there. They try to put an extra layer of potato salad over to hide the raisins. But once we found them raisins, you best believe all of them motherfuckers got chased out of the cookout. And they are not allowed back. They are disallowed. Barred from the cookout. Everybody's inheriting the beef. Yes, running them out because of the raisins. That's the last straw, bro. The pumpkin pie will let it slide, cause pumpkin pie can be good depending on who makes them. But if we see raisins in the potato salad, it's a wrap. You're gone. You're done. Exit stage left. You need not reapply. Don't ever in your life, actually. And then the upside down or whatever, the fruit cake or whatever the fuck, the figgy pudding. Yeah, what the fuck is figgy pudding? What is that? If I ever see some shit like that, you're disallowed from the cookout. Banned. Lifetime ban. We'll ban your kids too, because we know that you passed that recipe down to them. You fucking freaks of nature. You will be excommunicated from the family cookouts. I dare Drake and Cole and Lupe to do a stadium tour. That would be hilarious. Is it pudding? Is it cream? I don't know what the fuck it is, bro, but it's nasty. It looks horrendous. It's not good. With y'all and y'all negative seasonings, and y'all don't like to put sugar in nothing. You want everything to taste like a spritz of flavor, because y'all have no taste buds, and even the basic dollar store packets of hot sauce is too hot for y'all. Y'all screaming and crying like a bunch of pussies, begging for milk after drinking Frank's Red Hot, of all things, saying that shit is too hot. Meanwhile, the Koreans and the black folk and the Mexicans are sitting over here just eating actual chili peppers, freshly picked, talk about some pussy shit. Eating fresh jalapenos and shit, looking at them while they're on the floor crying and bitching and screaming because of a drop of Frank's Red Hot. I'm insulting you guys, white people. I'm sorry. Y'all, your taste buds need some work. They do. Put them bitches under construction. Because they're defective. They're defective. We're not counting the Greeks. We're not counting the Italians. We're the British people. I'm sorry, y'all are on the chopping block for this one. Because what the fuck is y'all food? What is it? Beans? Why beans? Beans on everything. Beans in tea. Beans on toast. Beans on French fries. Beans on your rice, beans on your chicken, beans in your fucking smoothies. Ugh. No. No. England don't have a variety. Prison food tray, literally. The Britain, I'm sorry, y'all hold this L. Because y'all just taking the beans. Yes, yes, Sarah. The beans, they gotta stop. They gotta stop with the beans in your water. Beans. Because of the coffee. Yeah, the spicy bean water. I at least mix shit in with my bean water. I put fucking oat milk and caramel and you know, whipped cream and shit in there, and I put some banana syrup in that bitch, and I make, ooh. See, now I want to go back to my job and make a drink. I didn't get to make any drinks last time I was at work because it was so busy. It was so busy, and there was only four of us, and I kid you not, it was like 20 orders back to back over and over again, and it never stopped until like 3 a.m. From 9 p.m. all the way until 3 in the morning, it was just one giant rush. And it didn't help that, you know, the storm knocked out the power and like everywhere, so people were like coming out of their hidey holes for the first time ever and getting food from Wawa, and I'm just like, y'all choose now to come out and be social and not hide in your houses now that you don't have any electricity. I mean, okay, it was fine. It was cool seeing people talk, and you know, people that had never known each other before having conversations in that little tiny ass store that was like packed to all hell. It was cool. You know, I had never seen anything like it before, but you know, we did it. We got through it. But yeah, no, UK, hold that L. Canada, you guys are okay. You guys have a lot of culture in your food. You guys have a lot of Asian influence. You guys have a lot of South American influence. You guys have a lot of Indian influence in your food, Vietnamese. So you guys are good. You're chill. The only thing that I will give you shit for is poutine. Because what the fuck is that? What is poutine? They do have a lot of Jamaican influence too. And Native American. And Native American. I didn't know this, but my man is actually First Nation Indian. So that's the tribe that's up there in Canada, at least in his part of Canada. So he gets scholarships and he gets sponsorships because of the fact that he is First Nation. So I thought that was really cool. I thought he was white. I'm not even going front. I thought he was a white guy. I was like, you're pretty fly for a white guy. And he's like, yeah, I'm actually First Nation. I didn't know they made them in that color, but you know what? They exist. It reminds me of the Gabriel Iglesias joke where he was dating his girlfriend who was like super light, and she looked like a white girl, but she was, you know, she was Latina. And so when she took her to meet his mom, she was like, "Get the gringa out of here." And then when she responded in Spanish, she was like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." Bro was like, "Yeah, they make them in that color too." I love me some Gabriel Iglesias, man. I want to see him live so bad. I had so many opportunities, but it just never worked out because of my work schedule. Yes. Yes. And I didn't know this until recently, but I found out that on my mom's side, I have Filipino blood. It makes a lot more sense when you look at the face, and then you're like, yeah, I knew there was something in there that was the Asian. It was some Blasian in there. I couldn't figure it. couldn't quite put my finger on it. But yes, I am part Filipino. My grandmother, rest her soul, at least as much as I could. I don't know if there's enough space in hell to accommodate that, but she was a 4'9" stocky. She looked like a tiny Filipino grandma, and she played the bass guitar. So that's like that's every Filipino stereotype just chalked off, and had the biggest calves. I inherited my calves from her. I got fucking Superman's calves right here. I got calves of steel. Tiny, petite, stocky Filipino grandma who is musically talented and can cook. That's all of the stereotypes right there. So yeah, shout out to all my Filipino cousins out there. My grandma, my great grandma was actually full blood Filipino. So just shout out to them. I've been blazing. I've been a part of you guys from day one. It was a lot more obvious when I was younger because I was very light skinned when I was a baby. And I know y'all are like, oh, look me lighter than you are right now. Yes. Yes. Like I legitimately I was a rice skinned baby. As in like my skin was the complexion of white rice. I literally looked like an Asian child. My mom has so many stories about walking me out like in the stroller when I was a baby, and because I looked so Asian, literal Chinese and Japanese and Korean women would stop in their tracks and fawn over me in my stroller because they thought I looked Asian. They were like, "Oh my god, her eyes are so cute. They're so cute. Oh my god, look at her." They genuinely thought that I was just the most beautiful Asian baby they'd ever seen in their life. Little did they know, both of my parents are black. I don't know. It's just I just think it's weird how genetics skip a generation. You know, like you get a bit of Filipino in your blood, and it completely skips over one generation, and then just completely manifests itself in the next generation. I just think that's really cool. Shout out to the family, yes. But yeah, I it just goes to show you never judge a book by its cover, guys. Never. Important lessons, because you don't know what people, you don't know where people come from. Now you don't, and the only way to find out is to get to know them. You know, build friendships, build connections. You never know what you might find out, and you know, you guys may have more in common than you think. It's the power of human connection. And I'm gonna take that and we're gonna spin it and we're gonna slingshot it back to Lupe. The power of human connection, something that Lupe Fiasco severely lacks. And if he wants to be successful in his music career, he needs to learn, internalize, and understand the power of connecting and empathizing with your audience. The more you know. I visited the small pueblito in Mexico where my dad was born. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I love that. Just going and seeing, you know, where you came from, you know, going to the communities and just getting to know everybody and people that watched you grew up. They're like, oh my God, when I saw you, you were like this tall. And just really immersing yourself in that culture, just in family, especially such like a close, near and dear family, is such a, that shit is healing for the soul. It's I don't know, the amount of joy that you experience from that. You can't it's hard to replicate. You can't achieve that through drugs or alcohol or sex or anything of that sort. That type of joy, it reaches deeper, and it sticks with you forever. And that's something valuable that you can pass down, you know, to the next generation. It's something truly beautiful, in my opinion. Shout out to the test tube babies. Yes, shout out to them because they can build their lineage. They have a foundation and they can go ahead, they can do whatever they want. They can build their own dynasty. The slate is wiped clean for them. Unfortunately, it doesn't also mean that they don't have to go through the generational traumas of the families that they are born into. That is a completely different story entirely, but they have the power to shape their own future and the future of the next generation. Everybody does, honestly. It's all up to you. You know, if you want things to get better, especially in your life or with your relationships, do it. That's your prerogative. That is you have that freedom as an American citizen to make active changes in your life and be better and do better and create better. Yeah. We have the power to create life and we just constantly spit in the face of it every single fucking day because of some deep-rooted insecurity. Like we're not on this earth for very long, guys. You do realize that we're not due on this earth very long. We have our time, and it's best to make the most out of it because you never know when that time will be cut short. And so that's why you treat people with respect and you treat people the way you would want to be treated. Because again, you don't know what people have gone through. And sometimes something as simple as a smile would be more than enough to make somebody's day. Even saying hello to somebody and making them feel seen for a fraction of a second can be the difference between them being alive and them being gone tomorrow. Because that type of interaction you can't fake or replicate. That shit is real. And it's the power of the human spirit, whether it's through sheer kindness and compassion or empathy or music. That has been people's way of connecting with people on a mass scale. Music. That's why they become famous, so that their messages can reach a large audience. So that somebody out there who's struggling, who's gone through the same struggling that they've gone through, can see that and hear those lyrics and be inspired, you know? Or can be, even if it's a cautionary tale, you know, they can be educated. Don't do the same things that I did. Your life is worth it. Keep pushing. Whenever people knock you down, get back up. Motivational shit like that. You know, it doesn't matter where you come from. Be proud of who you are. Don't let people try to tell you who you are as a person, you know, and just no matter how explicit the lyrics are, all the messaging is the same. It's success, celebration of success, being proud of where you came from, acknowledging where you came from, you know, giving shout outs to the people that brought you up, to the people that lifted you up to where you are now, acknowledging that the people who are your foundation, you know, giving your props to them, giving your props to your fans, personal struggles that you've gone through, you know, so that somebody could look at that and be like, he got through it, he went through what I went through, and he was able to move past it. So maybe if he was able to do it, maybe I can do it too. You know, it's inspiration. It's to inspire somebody who may want to pursue that career, who may have stories that they want to tell, but they're just too afraid to share them because of some fear of scrutiny. And so when they hear songs like, you know, Kendrick's stuff and Lupe's stuff and Tyler the Creator's stuff and Clips' stuff and Chris Patrick's stuff and Isaiah Rashad's stuff and Ray Vaughn's stuff, and they become inspired. They're inspired to do what they wanted. They're inspired to pursue their dreams, and that's a beautiful thing. And again, it boils down to connection with your audience. because it's channeling that basic power of humanity, of being able to connect with somebody even if you've never known them a day in their life, being able to form some type of connection with them through the music that you put out. And especially in hip hop, that is a very, very powerful thing. And so that's why, but with great power comes great responsibility, like in Spider-Man, which is why we need to call these people out when they exploit and abuse that power. Because while it is very uplifting, it can also be very harmful and be very damaging if used in the wrong hands. So that's why I did this live stream. Not to fucking dog on Lupe Fiasco and be like, no, fuck you, but even though it is fuck you, like you're a horrible person, it's to make aware this type of behavior, to let you know this is not a good role model. This is not somebody you should be looking up to, because they don't respect you as the listener. And they've made it very vocally obvious that they don't respect you as a person. And so this is for also awareness for people who have gone through this exact type of behavior somewhere in their life and have been gaslighting themselves into thinking that it's all in their heads. They're just overreacting. It's not that serious. It's not that deep. Trust your gut. Trust your intuition. If you are getting alarm bells from somebody's behavior, somebody's actions, and somebody's speech, somebody's personality, look at how they treat people in customer service, for example. Look at how they treat their parents. Look at how they treat their friends. Look at how they treat people when they think nobody's watching. That is how you judge character. Lupe's character is not that great. It's not. It needs work. It needs work. He did show his ass. He showed his natural black ass. That just goes to show you that people will follow behind anything as long as there is a connection. The parasocials will do the parasocialing. They will do whatever it takes. They'll forgive people for the most egregious of offenses. But the parasocials will always parasocial. This is the many are called, fewer chosen scenario. I have given you the information, and it's up to you guys what you do with it. Whether you use it, to help somebody, to gain more knowledge so that you can point out this behavior, or you completely ignore it. It's up to you. But I know that somebody out there somewhere needs to hear this, and somebody needs to see this, because they need to know that they're not alone. That there are people out here who have gone through this type of behavior, and that narcissists are not these super villain Frankenstein monster Dracula type people. They're normal everyday people who exist in everyday life, and they can blend in with society as cleanly as possible until the inevitable moment where that mask slips. And detecting that mask is the most important thing of all, to avoid, honestly, getting hurt, whether physically, emotionally, mentally. It will save you a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of emotional stability if you're able to not only identify but pinpoint these behavior traits early, before they've had a chance to really sink their claws into you. Identifying who has your best interest at heart and who is there to manipulate and exploit you. That is what I'm trying to teach today. And I hope that somebody got something out of this. Lupe, You're not looking too hot, bro. Narcissist. Um, Official DSM-5 TR has clinically diagnosed you as a narcissist because you have displayed every single last one of those behaviors multiple times and with no remorse. So it is what it is. Like, your music is fine. At the end of the day, I I I choose to separate the art from the artist because yes, while it is the same person, their older works come from a different perspective. It comes from a different version of them. Now, if he obviously he's evolved into this bitter, hateful ass bitch, whatever. Food and Liquor still slaps. And I know people are like, oh, but what about R. Kelly? That's different. That is very different because he incorporated his shenanigans into his old music. His old music was literally about how that's different. That's why I can't listen to it the same. Because once he found out that information, he was literally telling us in his lyrics exactly what was going on. I can't listen to his music the same. That's way different. Different scenario. Where the messiness was intertwined with the lyrics. But I can still listen to Lupe's music after this. His old stuff, at least. Like Food and Liquor, I could still listen to Food and Liquor. Because it's a good production. It's good. The songs they're memorable. Like that classic kind of laid back, chill, but extremely profound, poignant lyrics. That's the kind of shit that I like. The kind of songs that you could just sit and vibe and smoke to and really do some introspection. So, yeah, I can still listen to Lupe's music at the end of the day. Because the art exists in its own realm now. The person may have changed and become something different, but the art never changed. At least because that's how he felt during that time. And it's good. It connects with the audience. The lyrics are very, very profound. Something that you can listen to over and over again. The beats are catchy. The samples are good. Yeah, man. Literally, like Po Man's Dreams. Yeah, like that song. Gorgeous song. Gorgeous production. I love the kind of laid back, just kind of, you're just vibing, you're just kind of experiencing the music, and it's smoke good, eat good, live good. Very simple message. That's all he wants for his family. Very simple, very wholesome aspirations. It comes from a very real place. And sometimes, actually no, a lot of times the realest things come are the most simple. It doesn't have to be overly complex. It doesn't have to be super loaded with, double entendres, triple entendres. Sometimes the most powerful messages come in the most simple of packages. And that's a good thing. There's power in simplicity, but it's the ability to use that simplicity and turn it into something powerful that ultimately determines the quality of the music as a whole. Because creativity comes from using simplicity and doing the best you can with what you have, and still trying to be ambitious and inspire, and the message is heartfelt. That's how the most creative individuals in the world came to be, because they had something simple and they used it and they turned it into something timeless. But it is late. It has been 4 hours. Hello, hola, welcome. We just reached the end of our discussion. After 4 hours of psychoanalyzation, I have determined that Lupe Fiasco officially has narcissistic personality disorder. According to the DMS, the DSM 5 TR, Lupe matches every single one of the criteria. He aligns with all 9 of the criteria required to officially diagnose somebody with narcissistic personality disorder. Keep in mind that somebody who's diagnosed has to meet at least 5 of the 9 criteria. He met all 9, every single last one of them. It wasn't even like you had to put much thought into it. It was just immediate. Oh yeah, yes, 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 yes. And then on the narcissist checklist, the revised edition, he ended up scoring a 36 out of 50, which is a 72%. So he scored in the 72nd percentile. I love psychology. I feel like if I had the opportunity, I would have definitely pursued a career in psychology. My godmother, she was pursuing a career in psychology, and so she has official textbooks from that are like old psychology textbooks. She has works from Sigmund Freud. She has books from Pavlov. She's got the official, like the old school DSM, not the 5th edition, but the one that existed back in like the 2010s, like the late 2010s. She has a copy of that, and just a whole bookshelf filled with nothing but psychology textbooks and books from famous psychologists throughout history. And she got to share it with me. I love psychology, even though I'm pursuing BSc physics. See, that's awesome. And I don't know. I like seeing what makes the brain tick. It's a very curiosity thing for me. I love like it detecting behavior patterns mostly and applying it to the official diagnoses that they have on like in the DSM-5 and on like the Cleveland Clinic and Stanford, Harvard, all of those. I don't know, I just really like analyzing people's personalities and analyzing their behavior, and I like seeing what makes people do the things that they do. It's very interesting to me, and the fact that there's so many different sub layers and so many different branches and so many different spectrums and personality disorders and mental disorders, and just it's so fascinating to me. Physics, I so I love physics. I love the concept of physics and how it works. I just didn't have the right teacher. I'll say that. My physics teacher was a dick. And it was AP physics too. So they threw me in AP physics and was like, "You're smart enough to figure this out." And then the teacher was like, "I'm not going to walk you through any of this. I'm just going to throw an equation on the board and make you figure it out for yourself." Um and it's like, yeah, the textbook was there, but I had no idea what I was looking at and why I was looking at it. So on the days where I got to watch like physics documentaries and shit, it definitely helped shift things into perspective for me. I learned more from watching those documentaries on YouTube than I did from my actual AP physics teacher. Fuck that guy, by the way. I can say that because the bros, he lost his teaching position. Um, People know he got caught having sexual relations with one of his students while his wife was pregnant with his third child. Yeah, fuck that guy. Mathematics and physics is insane. Yeah, literally. Mhm. Yeah, I found out like 2 years after I graduated. It was fucking nuts. Like when I heard the name, I'm like, "Wait a second. That was my physics teacher." And it blew my mind. Like I said, you never know what people are in. You don't know. Yeah. I dodged a hell of a bullet. Fuck a bullet. I dodged Hiroshima. But yeah, like that, you never know what people are doing behind closed doors. You never know what goes on in the dark. So, but yeah, I've rekindled my love for physics after that. But initially, it put a very bad taste in my mouth because of what happened with that teacher, and then also knowing what I know now. But math, I've never been good at math, but ironically, I always tested in the highest percentile in critical reading and critical thinking. And I can't even remember what it was. I took the SAT and then fucking I can't even remember what I scored. I know that I scored in like it was like the 98th or the 99th percentile in critical thinking and reading analysis. Um I hated writing the essays, but I'm glad I did it. It made my fucking hand hurt, but it was always analyzing text, subtext, author's intent. It was themes, analyzing characters, motivations, shit like that. Private detectives really exist? They do. They do. Because we see them all the time, at least here. The private investigators, they exist. They're typically in unmarked vehicles. You can tell they have normal everyday vehicles, but you can tell which ones are PIs and which ones are regular people because they have like hidden cameras on parts of their car that no other car has. That's how you can also tell an undercover police car from regular cars. Because I actually heard stories about how my neighbors down the street, he got busted for something because a private investigator followed them around and was, documenting information and giving it to the police departments, and they were able to actually build a case against him and actually got a warrant for his arrest. It was some nasty, brutal shit. But yeah, they got his ass, and it was because of the private detective and the private investigator. Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah, the government's always had advanced technology. AI is only available to the public right now because the military declassified it. That's the only time where advanced technology becomes available to the public. They test it in the military first, and then after they've upgraded their technology, they'll declassify the older technology and then it becomes public access. Like drones, initially a military thing. That was an exclusively military device. And then they upgraded to like I can't remember what they upgraded to. Some classified shit that'll probably get me sniped if I talk about it. But then they declassified drones and made it commercial access. So now you can get a drone from anywhere. You get a drone from Walmart. But like the military's been using drones forever. They just as they upgrade, they'll make it public access. So I don't know. Who knows what we'll get access to next? Oh, I'm gonna keep talking about the files. I was literally just talking about them earlier. But yeah, it's that's why I don't like YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels and shit like that and TikTok, because I don't know, it's kind of destroyed people's attention spans. People's attention spans are just like chopped right now. I don't know, it's really bad. People can't have a conversation that lasts more than 3 seconds, and people who talk for longer than 3 seconds, they're accused of yapping. That's what they call yapping. Is putting a paragraph of text. Anything that's 3 lines of text or more is considered yapping in today's age. But I think that there has been a resurgence as far as intelligence. There has been some pushback. The young people are pushing back against this mental deterioration, and I've been seeing it because I've been seeing videos where they're like, man, the iPad kids are sick of their iPads now. They want to go outside and touch grass. They play with their dolls and their action figures, and they play with their toys and shit now. They actually spend time with one another. They go outside. They don't fucking just sit on their iPads anymore. And I think that's a really good direction. We are going in a good direction. We're still in the dark age. I'll say that, because of this AI bullshit. Nobody can tell what's real and what's not anymore. The AI art, the AI music. We're in the dark age, but we're moving towards the light at the end of the tunnel is visible, and we're moving towards it. So, with all things, it's a cycle. Sometimes we'll be in that dark age, and then we'll move out of it, and then we'll, go back into that dark age again, and then we'll end up building ourselves back out of it. It's a roller coaster. Back to our roots. Yeah, because literally, I took a whole weekend away from my computer and I spent time with my dad, and I had a great time. Just being able to spend time with family and just unplug from the computer for a while and just kind of exist. Just so I could come back with a more refreshed mentality and be there for my fans. Because I'm telling you, sometimes I seriously lay in bed and I wonder why I do this. And then I think about, the people who have come to me who said that, that my personality was interesting, or like the messaging really touched them, or that, they really appreciated my perspective on things because it gave them hope for the future and it gave them hope for the community as a whole. I think about that and I'm like, even if it's just 2 or 3 people, even if it's like 15 people at the most who interact with my shit, at least those 15 people are getting something positive out of what I do. And I am impacting somebody in some way, shape, or form. And that's ultimately what I care about, is enriching the black community, enriching the hip hop community, the music community, one video at a time. Necessity is the mother of invention. Yeah, we're almost in nanotechnology now. We're almost in that Neuralink shit. I heard that was actually successful. There's actually a guy who successfully got it, who's a paraplegic, and he has the Neuralink transplant, and it works. So we are getting very close to being plugged into the system. So I hope it never gets to that point where it becomes the Matrix. But the movies exist for a reason, y'all. We use it as reference to what could be, because there is a technological war on the horizon with the rise of AI, the artificial intelligence, with the rise of AI chatbots, people getting married to AI chatbots. Yes, because that is a thing. Yeah, Terminator said it, The Matrix said it, fucking, what was that movie that Steven Spielberg directed? AI or Stanley Kubrick? I can't even remember. AI, literally called AI. Hey, Callie, hello, welcome. We are just wrapping up. I went through the entire DSM-5 criteria for identifying narcissistic personality disorder, and Lupe Fiasco is a certified 100% without a doubt narcissist. Like, clinically proven. It's bad. 100% match for all of the 9 criteria. But I'm wrapping up just to kind of wrap things in a neat little bow. I'm just talking with people here because I did my yapping, so now I'm just hanging out and talking with the Rough Riders. The Giver was an interesting story. I remember The Giver. Oh my god, didn't they turn that into a movie? I remember reading the books. I was always into like the dystopian future society books like The Giver and I Am Number 4, um The Hunger Games, Divergent. I was always into those because it was very interesting. It was very interesting seeing like the dystopian futures and the different hierarchies and the different rules and regulations that were set in those different worlds. Yeah, the movies never did the books any justice. I didn't like them because you could tell that they barely skimmed through the book. It's like they read the cliff notes and then just kind of went off of that. The Truman Show, yeah, yeah. I don't know. There was just a lot of media back then where it was just a lot of creative ideas. It was all based on the same concepts, but the different worlds and the different rules that they built were creative. And a lot of times, sometimes, a lot of these properties are not far off from the truth anymore. They're not hyperbole anymore. They're starting to become real. Like, remember when aliens was just a conspiracy theory? Remember when the thought of aliens existing was still far-fetched and, people were accusing you of having the tinfoil hat and, drinking the Kool-Aid and being crazy? Yeah, that's really funny. Only for the government to come out publicly and be like, yeah, aliens exist. Surprise. This country is so fucking exhausting. I hate this fucking country sometimes. We got fucking destroyed on these internet forums for even suggesting the possibility that we are not alone in the universe. Only for the government to just be like casually drop this bombshell like, oh yeah, aliens exist. By the way, don't look at the Epstein files. The aliens exist. Okay, bye. Anything to cover the files. Exactly. My mom was little. She looked at the restaurants and said to her sister, this place will be run by robots. Now we have AI assistants at restaurants. Exactly. This is gonna turn into fucking Skynet. I'm telling y'all, man. Terminator was the Terminator got it right. I think the Terminator understood the assignment. The first and the second one. Every Terminator movie from there is complete garbage. But the first and the second one are the best. They knew what was up. They knew what happened if we overindulged in our ambitions and we tried to play God and we tried to tamper with things that was beyond our understanding, and that would eventually lead us to being manipulated and overthrown by our robotic overlords. Tale as old as time. They've been making Twilight Zone episodes about this for decades. Even back in the fucking 50s and 60s, they were making episodes about alien and robot overlords and mind control and shit. Weirdly ahead of their time. I feel like they've always known. I do remember Signs by Mel Gibson. That one was crazy too. Where he was the baseball player. Didn't that I don't think that had Haley Joel Osment. No, it was another creepy blonde kid. But to be honest, I'm gonna be real, during the 1800s, scientists were the celebs of the world. Hence we had the Kanu invention, which came the footprint and foundation for our for our new technology, but now no one cares. Yeah, because it's anything to the knowledge is being withheld from the public, because if people gain knowledge, they gain clarity. And when they gain clarity, they start realizing their place in the universe, and they start realizing that they're destined for more. So, that's the whole tactic. That's how the 1% keeps everybody in check, by keeping them ignorant. Many. Oh, good. Fucking that spell check is kicking your ass right now. That's the one that was talking about AI. Thank you, Sarah. The movie with Haley Joel Osment. It was eerie. Because it was like they tried to pass off this plot as heartwarming and endearing, but it was like the way it was shot, it was just, in the way it was acted, it was just scary. It was very uncanny valley, and it was very uncomfortable. Because they were acting like, oh, him learning this emotion is this amazing thing. And it was like, it's not. That's not healthy. That's not love. That's obsession. Because robots don't understand the concept of love. It's just that it wasn't love. They kept trying to showcase it as though it was love, but it wasn't. It was like I said, it was obsession. Do I watch K-dramas? Or I'm a sci-fi girly. I've always loved sci-fi. I grew up watching shit like Star Wars and Star Trek and The Twilight Zone. So I am a huge sci-fi. I love science fiction. Never seen any K-dramas though. Yeah, and then at the end he just gets like trapped in the Matrix by these fucking aliens. It's just so it's very weird. I might go back and watch it again just to get more but yeah, no, I hate it. The vibe was so eh. It was not cringe worthy, but it was very eerie. The vibe was very eerie. And I didn't like it. Oh my god, don't do that. Don't nope. That teddy bear scene fucked me up. I can't watch it the same. That teddy bear scene fucked me up. Because that was my homeboy right there. There's somebody who likes plushies. Me and Tom particularly did not like that ending. It disturbed him on a deep level, so that's why he's been so clingy. Which, you know what, I'm fine with that, because Tom is this is my little homie right here. It's me and him. This is my ride or die little homie right here. You should watch the Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch. I heard that was a good series. I never actually got to see it myself. I want to watch it because I love Sherlock Holmes. I love all of the like the old literature from back then, especially. I'm also goth, so I like the dark shit, like the Penny Dreadfuls. Love that shit. And then the classic monster movies. Can't get enough of those. I will be doing another Monster Madness live stream. I haven't forgotten about it, you guys, because last time we did the history of horror movies. Next, we are moving on to Godzilla and the Godzilla monster movies, the kaijus. We are moving on to the kaiju movies, and it's gonna be great. So stay tuned for that. I got some days off, so Vanilla Sky. Why does that sound familiar? I feel like I have seen it. Vanilla Sky. I'm gonna definitely now that my phone's heard it, it's gonna start like showing me. You gotta go. Oh, okay. Thank you for joining in, Ola. It was nice talking to you. Kaiju means Pacific Rim. Pretty much. Kaiju was like the giant monsters, your King Kongs, your Godzillas, your Mothras. You know, it's just your Shin Godzilla. It's gonna be great. And we're going all the way back to the first ever monster movie, the first ever Godzilla movie. So you won't want to miss it. I'll probably do that tomorrow if I'm feeling up to it. Who knows? But I think that would be very fun. But I'm gonna hop off. It is 3 in the morning, and I know that you guys gotta go to bed because we have lives, and it's Monday. It's well, technically it's Tuesday, and I have somewhere very important I need to be. I gotta go to the courthouse and finalize this fucking divorce so I can finally be free. Yes, I'm married. For those, I am married. Legally, I'm married. Paperwork, but not for long. Not for long. After tomorrow, it is a wrap. It's over. It is done. The light at the end of the tunnel is near. The end is nigh, and I am so excited. But as always, I have been Nix's J, aka the Goth Pitbull. This has been the homie Tom, and I will catch you guys in the next live stream. See ya.